Hello, 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 everyone. Good evening. Good to see everybody in here tonight. Robin, number one. Hey, everyone. Hey to you, girl. Hey to you. Number two, Lake Erie says hello, PG in chat. Hello, hello, hello to you, girl. Hello, hello. And C Star, number three. You slid in third. Hello, I'm third. LOL. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. God bless. And Miss Prissy Pauls. Hello, PG and family. Much love. She's waving at us. Much love to you, sweetie. Much love. Sent back to you. And you are number four. There you go. You came in number four tonight. God bless. All right, let me get down through here. Um, Reapers, how you doing tonight? Look at that. I love that avatar. That that is so cool. And is that Delhi? That's what it looks like to me. I'm still drying up tears. Still drying up tears, he says. Um, yeah, yeah. Um, Absolutely. Nana's Angels passed away. Um, but I'll get to that as soon as we do our greetings tonight, right? Canadian Cookie, how are you, sweetie? How are you? Texas Brat, Miss Foxy, Juno, Brenda, how's everybody doing in here? I'm trying to get to the bottom, folks, as fast as I can. It is what it is. I love that. I love that. PG, much love. Much love to you, girl. Mama Six, how you doing tonight, sweetie? How you doing? Let me get on down through here. You guys gotta excuse me. I'm still fighting that damn cold. How you doing, Lisa? Oh, there you are. Our bucket list has holes. How you doing, sweetie? She says hello to everyone. Let me get on down through here. I'm going as fast as I can. There's ICU. How you doing tonight? How you doing tonight? And Lady May, how you doing? Let me go on. Annie, there you are. Ronald Wilson. Good to see you in here. Hey, Mountain Mama, how you doing? Hey, PG in chat. Hello, hello, hello. Butterfly Kisses, how you doing? Okay, I'm at the bottom. I'm at the bottom now. Absolutely at the bottom. There's my beautiful sunflower. How you doing tonight, sweetie? Love a Scorpio. There you go. Unified for summer. Amen. IPG family, justice for summer. Much love. Absolutely. Justice for summer. Life is too short. Much love to all. Amen. That is so true. That is so true. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, Ronald says, love a Scorpio. I'm currently in Richmond, Virginia, but going back that this weekend, my friend. Yeah, he's going back to his other destination uh, this weekend. All right. Um, oh, wow. Yes. All right. Rita, that is beautiful. Became a YouTube member. Absolutely. God bless. God bless. I appreciate that. Appreciate the support for Summer's channel. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, I'm trying to read some of what the chat is saying. You are not late, sweetie. I'm just now getting in here. I'm just now getting in here. So you are not late. You haven't missed a thing yet. Hey, Roxy, how you doing? Says hello, everyone. Good to see you. Justice for Summer. Prayers, prayers, and much love for Summer. Absolutely. God bless. Oh, cool. Texas Brad says I'm going to renew mine this week also. PG. Amen. God bless. Aw, Ronald's so sweet. He says, Texas Brad, how are you tonight, my dear friend? Thumbs up. Much love. Oh, that's so sweet. Amen. Amen. Summer's Army. Justice for Summer Moon, Utah Wells. God bless. That is the truth right there. That is the truth right there. Um, yes. Yes, we are, Ronald. That is so true. We are Summer's Army. God bless each and every one of us. Okay. That's so sweet, beautiful sunflower. Yes, to join PG on Facebook, there is the link. Yes, we run YouTube for summer as well, where we post a lot of pictures, information, things like that. Sometimes recipes. Um, but yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful Facebook for summer, and you can find it under Sissy Bible. Sissy Bible, you can find it. If you are not a part of it, um, please look it up and become part of it. That's where I communicate with most of the people here. Um, I have a lot of people, so if I don't get back with you really soon or something, it's just because I got so much going on. But I try to get in there and do as much as I can. Okay. Um, yes, Nana's angels did, I understand, pass away, and I am super sorry to hear that. My condolences, actually, all of our condolences to her family and and to all of us, right? Because she was a part of our lives as well. Um, I did not really know her. I did not really know. Um, I didn't know her that well. Um, so, with that being said, but I do know, you know, I do know that she's getting all the answers that she was seeking here on earth, right? she's in heaven now getting all the answers. I mean, she's there with all these missing children and able to directly, ask them now and get the truth, right? She was seeking the truth here and now she's there getting the truth. Um, there is no words. There is no words that a human can say to make this better. I know that. There's no words I can say that's going to bring anybody any comfort. Um, everybody grieves, right? Everybody grieves in different ways on their own time. Um, and it does take time. It does take time. The most you could do is, just be there for anyone that needs an ear, right? To listen and just uphold one another through all of it, right? That's the most we can do. I know that, a lot of people did know her really well and really cared for her, really loved her and everything. I mean, I don't get to know a whole lot of the creators in YouTube. So, absolutely. Rest in peace. So, I mean, I really know Justin now and, and Daisy and Jinkies and there's a few. Doug, Dolly, you know, but I didn't know Nana that well. I think I was on her panel once briefly. I was there. But that's the most I could say. But, I'm sure she will be greatly missed in the YouTube world. And I know her family is asking, for help. They're asking for help.
Hey y'all, this is Nana's grandchildren. We just wanted to come on here and say thank you guys for all the prayers and words of encouragement. This is an extremely hard and difficult time for us and for you guys as well. Our Nana loved y'all so much, she has always just wanted people to like and love her. She always thought that nobody cared for her. You guys gave her that peace. I am so happy that our Nana had so many people that loved her just as much as we did. I just wish that she would have said something to us sooner about how she had been feeling. Maybe, just maybe, there would have been something we could have done. As most of y'all know, my Nana did not want to be cremated, she wanted to be buried, and as much as we want to do that as well, we do not have the means to, but many of y'all had already asked about ways you can help, and we are not asking for anything, we just want to try and do what Nana wanted. So if you find it in your hearts to help us out a little, the most you can do is pray for our mindsets and our soul right now, as this is a huge heartbreak in our life as well as your. We thank everybody that has commented and shared your stories about her to us, and we ask that if anyone has any stories about her, no matter how small, please comment them under this post. As we may not be able to read them all now because the pain is too much, we will definitely read them later on, and just to know that our Nana had touched so many people's lives. We are just glad that so many other people got to love and laugh with her as well. Our Nana's third grandbaby Ethan has a Cash App, and any donations are greatly appreciated and thanked. All we want to do is give her what she had wanted, so if you can help us, that would be great, but if not, it is completely understandable, as the time we are in is very hard for anyone. We thank and love y'all for supporting our Nana through her journey on here. You don't know how much you meant to her. We love you, Nana, more than all the sand in the ocean. AOYP, this is something she has always said to us. Thank you, and we appreciate anything you can do to help.
So, there is a Cash App for people to
Peace.
help her. It's it's in this video. Right here. It's in the video at the bottom. It's actually on her wall. It's on her wall. Hold on one second. I'm putting it in the chat. If my mods can put it in the chat throughout the night, I would appreciate it. If my mods could copy and keep this Cash App going in the comments, I would appreciate it. For anyone who would like to help or donate to this cause to help lay her to rest. I do want to play a memory for her, and then we will get to the normal night of what I came here to talk about, which was guess who law enforcement has in their custody, right? So I will get to that right after we play this in memory for Nana. Okay, I didn't want to leave no one out. I wanted to make sure that all of your prayers got in here. Absolutely, absolutely. If something does, Marlena, that's right. If something doesn't feel right, please, please go and get checked. Get checked out. If you're having any issues, um, go to emergency room, right? Get it checked out so you know that you're going to be okay. Uh, oh, I appreciate that super sticker, y'all. Absolutely, cockatoo. I appreciate that. Absolutely. God bless. God bless. Um, yeah, I hope that you know that she is resting in peace. Absolutely, I do, and I hope her family gets the support they need to be able to lay her to rest the way she wanted to be laid to rest. Right? I really do. Um, I didn't know her. I didn't know her that well. So you know, there's not there's not a lot that Justin knew her a lot better than PG. Um, I wish someone was here that could come up on panel and you know and say a few words that did know her. Um, if there is anyone here that would like to come up on panel and you know um, say a few words, please do. Absolutely, please do come up and and you know say something. Say something. Um, but I just didn't. I didn't know her that well. I'm sorry. I don't get to know. I stay so busy. I stay so busy. I wish I had more time to get to know. I mean, we were just barely coming together um, as a community, right? For summer, um, and all missing children. We were finally we were finally getting to get along with everyone, right? The all the creators that were actually for all the missing children, and we seen how petty it was to be fighting. We seen how petty it was, right? And we just barely started to all, you know, get over our differences and become one in this community, and that was beautiful. Um, I'm sorry we lost her, right? At a time when we were all actually learning to love and be kind to one another. So, but she's where we all want to be, right? She's done it, she's done it, right? She's there. She's she's there. So hopefully, hopefully we can and I know that she doesn't want anything more than to see all of you there as well, right? She don't want nothing more than to see all of you there. So let us stay on the right path so we can be there one day as well, right? All right. I do got somebody here, but they ain't showing me their picture, and I'm worried that it's probably not good. And I'm not going to be too good either. Um, so, and it was someone right in the back chat. What I don't get is how some people can be so evil, right? I don't get it. I don't understand it. They'll come to a missing child's channel and write horrible things in the back chat. They'll come, to a channel like right now where, we have lost a beautiful person in our community, and they want to play games. They want to, act out with their evil self, right? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't know who it was in the back chat, but I can say this. God knows who you are, and God will take care of the matter. I put people like you in the hands of God because He can do a lot better with you than I ever will be able to. So, you might want to think about that. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure you will be. For sure. Hey, Pam, I need to see you. Okay, girl. Okay. I'm bringing you up, Pam. And the real Rock and Robin, if you want to close your camera, I'll bring you up, hon. The real Rock and Robin. If you want to close your camera, sweetie, I'll bring you up. You got start cam. You just push the, there you go, babe. That's good. All right. How you doing tonight?
Oh, hey, I heard Mystery Angels passed too.
Oh, you're kidding me.
That Chip, he
Right.
was for missing children too, also. So
Oh,
we've
I'm
lost
sorry to hear.
two. I
Wow.
heard she passed too, and I sent you some screenshots to your Facebook
All right. I
that I
appreciate that.
got.
I appreciate that. Rock and Robin, how you doing tonight?
I'm good, PG. I hope you are as well. I'm worried about that cough you got.
Yeah, it'll pass.
Well,
That cough has bugged the hell out of me for a while. Lisa, I'm bringing you up, love. How you doing, Lisa?
Oh, I'm doing good. I heard about Nana passing away.
I just
I'm
really want to
sorry to
say,
hear that.
Jody Sue says, that was a while back. I heard Chip passed.
Yeah, I heard Chip pass too.
Right.
Well, either way, it was too. Even if it's long, it's still we didn't know. So
Right. Right.
we still she was for summer also, and so
Yes,
was
she
Nana's
was.
Angels. We all And Nana's angels loved her children, her kids, her grandchildren. That's all she
Yes, she
talked
did.
about.
She did.
And that's the thing. It's all about love. It's no matter what we look like, what we act like, we all deserve the love. Never take a day for granted because we're never promised the next day.
That's
That's
right.
true. That is true. Absolutely.
And
That is.
God would never want all this hating, but it happens. But it's always can be repaired. And maybe Nana's gonna repair that.
Yes, all fences can be mended. I know my voice is weak. I've cried and cried and cried. I was one of Nona's mods and been with her for a while.
Is
She loved
Dippy
all,
in chat?
do what?
Is Dippy in chat? I know that her and Nana's angels used to go up on Pennell and hang out together all the time.
Yeah, I haven't seen Dippy in there.
I
Um,
haven't seen her.
but there were several of us discovering the truth,
Hmm.
cursed with curiosity. We were all her mods, and she treated us like family. We talked almost every day. We had great discussions. And
She was a loving person.
she loved all kids, and
Exactly.
she took up her warrior spot with pride for everyone that was missing. And I know, like you said, she's with Summer now. I know she's loving Summer and wrapped her in her arms and taking care of Summer like she should be loved.
Summer liked professional women, and she would have been it.
Right.
I just wanted to say thank you, Peachy. I'm sorry.
God bless you.
My heart's broken.
I know. I know.
But thank
And I wish there was some words that I could say to mend all of that, but I know there isn't. Right. I know there isn't.
That's right.
And
Yes, ma'am.
but
All
I
we
do
can do is
pray.
stand here for each other.
I do pray. I really do pray that God allows his angels to wrap their arms around all the people hurting and grieving the loss of this beautiful lady.
Thank you, PG. Please continue to pray for her family.
I
Yes,
do. I pray for them as well. I know that God knows everything, and I know that God, you know, he hears our prayers, and he comforts all humans that are in grievance and pain and misery. He's there for you. He's there for you.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
he will, he will get you through it.
Yes,
But
amen.
her work on this earth was done, right? Her job here was done. And God took her home. He did what was best for her, not for, he doesn't do what's best.
it's not in our time; it's in in God's time.
Amen.
Well,
He brought
God
us into this world.
knows how much. God knows how much we want to keep our loved ones with us, right? He knows how much we want to keep them with us, no matter what condition they're in. We want to keep them, right? But that's not what's best for them. God has to do what's best for our loved ones. As much as we want them to stay, God knows when it's best to take them home. And also, that God knows that gives us a reason to be better people so we can see Him again one day, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
So,
But
you know,
I
And
just,
we all gotta stand. We all gotta stand for the missing.
And you know, I
And she's
think
gonna protect all them little missing kids that's up there, Joe Clyde, the West boys, all them little boys and girls that's missing up there. She's gonna take care of them. She will. She'll hold their hands and walk them through. All we
she
got
will.
to do is on earth is walk with each other's hands, and the hate has to stop.
It
I
does.
agree.
Yes, 100.
Well, you know,
I know it's hard. I know it's hard. I have a problem with that too.
well, it really, really is not that hard. And, you know, it's really not that hard if we stop and, you know, when if we really stopped and understood, you know, that this life, like I said, 5 puffs of smoke, right? 5 puffs of smoke, you're gone. Sometimes you don't even get the 5 puffs, you know. But
And I
but
woke
for
up
the
this morning.
average humans, you got your childhood, your teenhood, young adulthood, middle aged, and you're pretty much, you know, you're pretty much at that point on your way out. And you know, it's just like 5 puffs of smoke, and it goes really fast, right? It goes really fast in this world. And yes, we should take more time. You know, we should take more time to be mindful and enjoy, you know, not
What
just
time we have?
not just the people around us, but God's beauty that He's put around us as well, right? Which
Hmm.
is the sky, the trees, the animals, all the beautiful things He put on this earth for our enjoyment. Um, but we're not
PG.
doing the
It,
important things in this
it
life.
may not amount to anything, but this morning I lost a dog that was 9 years old.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow,
So our pets are our family,
Yes,
that
and
they
they
are.
are.
it was her time to go, and she's gone. But I know she's okay.
Hey, I have a shoe cat, okay? A little bitty cute kitten, PG. I got it, uh, what was it, 2 or 3 days ago?
Right.
I was in a motel, and here comes this little kitten. Me and my husband pulled up into the parking lot, and we went to Walmart, and then we came back, and there was some tall bushes, and this little kitten just come running out of the bushes, you know? And I was like, that's mine, and I'm keeping it. There was
Oh,
no other cats around. I think the kitten was abandoned, and I've been taking care of this little baby since.
No name.
oh, that is so sweet.
Have you not
Yeah,
named it, Lisa?
it's Friska. That's what I
Oh,
named her.
Oh, that is cute. That is cute.
Lulu, my white-haired Chihuahua with Meryl, is the one that passed.
I'm so
She is
sorry,
a
man.
Siamese kitten. PG, she's a Siamese kitten. And
Oh,
she likes
wow.
taking my husband's shoes, okay?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do. They do, don't they? Mayor, I appreciate the support for Summer's channel. Please take care of yourself. We need you, love. Aw, that is so sweet. God bless. God
We
bless.
do need you, PG.
I was saying earlier, PG, summer needs you. You've got to take up where Nona left off. I mean, you
We
need
need to just keep Summer's name out there.
exactly.
Keep her name out there as much as we can,
I mean, PG,
because it doesn't seem like the parents is going to put it out there.
I know
No, I'm going to tell you,
you're a big warrior.
no, no, they're not. And, you know,
And that's the sad part. But we love Summer, and so did Nana's Angels, and we loved her.
she did. She did. And, you know, um, when you're having, you know, this doing doing a YouTube channel, you know, what we do is
It's hard
really,
work.
it is hard work and really stressful for people who are, you know, 150% healthy. I could only imagine. I could only imagine what it's like, you know, for people who, you know, are having any type of medical issues. This can be overwhelming. It can be super stressful. I'm gonna, you know, YouTube does take a toll on a human's body, mind, and soul. This is the last place a person needs to be if they're dealing with any type of medical issues, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Exactly. I have seizures and it's not easy, but I still want to stand for the little kids. I've watched Joe Clyde, I've watched the West Boys, I've watched Cash Gernon, Quentin Simon, the Delphi.
It's it's a it's a it's a lot different, Pam, when you know to watch and to do what Nana was doing
Oh
is
yeah,
two
it's
different
rougher
things.
on you
Yes,
guys
it is
because
a
you
lot
guys
You
have to
different.
know,
put
it is super hard on the creators.
yeah, because you guys
But
have to put the material together.
she has to put everything together. She has to do research. She has. I mean, it is a lot. It's a lot,
Oh yeah.
right?
That's why when
And
PG told me how much it costs and all that
it
kind of
is,
stuff to run a
yes,
YouTube channel, I was like, I can do it from a distance.
it
I got
definitely
my,
is.
I'm all good.
It's
Got
a
my channel
labor.
that I can
It
still,
is a labor of love. It's a labor of love, right?
yep,
It's a,
it is hard.
and and I understand. You know, I was told I was told that she was not feeling well, and she still was trying to run the lives, you know, for all of her people.
She
Um,
was Nana. Nana actually, PG, she would not cancel the live because she didn't want to
right.
let her subs and friends down. And of course, Summer or anybody else. Yeah, it
You
was.
know, like her family said, you know, you sure wish that, you know, your loved ones would share with you when they're not feeling well. You know, you sure they think that, you know, they're going to be a burden on you. But I'm going to tell you, if you ain't got time to go to if you ain't got time to go to a hospital or emergency room or doctor's office with the people you love, you can't really say you love them. Because I'm going to tell you now, you will take time. If you really love someone, you will take time to be there for them.
And PG, she was
Thicker than hell or high water, right?
right. She was going
And
to the doctor the next day if her headaches had not stopped. I mean, she said that on her live. She said, if they don't stop, I'll be at the ER in the morning.
I'm going to tell you something. She should have been at the ER a week ago.
Yeah. She's
You
had a
know,
week.
don't ever wait. Don't ever wait. You know, if you have to take any type of painkiller, right? Any type of painkiller for something, go get it looked at. I don't care if it's a headache. I don't care if it's leg cramps. I don't care what it is. You know, back pain, whatever. If you're having to take something to dull it, you really need to see a doctor. Find out what is going on, right?
Exactly.
That's, you know, and a lot of people, because medical, you know, care is so expensive, a lot of people really do not seek the care they need.
They don't. And just to let you know, there is help out there.
Right.
Most hospitals have charities. I worked in medical debt collections for years. There's help out there for anybody that needs it and needs to go. And you know what? What are they going to do? Take blood from a turnip? If you don't have
Right.
it, you don't have it.
Well,
But if you're in an ER, they have to see you, whether you have the money or not.
Exactly.
I'm going to tell you, they do. A lot of people don't understand that they do have programs that you can fill out for, and they will pay. They will pay or help you pay for medical care.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, Absolutely. And you might think that, oh no, I won't qualify because I own a home or I own, vehicles or I own this or I own that. Yes, they will. Yes, they
Exactly.
will. I
Exactly.
mean, you're still entitled. You're still entitled to help. Absolutely.
Exactly.
So, if you do not have the money, just ask at the hospital and they will steer you in the right direction to get the help you need, the forms to fill
Exactly.
out and so forth to get that help. Absolutely. But the one thing is, don't ever feel that you're a burden on people by asking them to take you or to, go with you, um, to seek medical care, because I'm telling you, your family, you are not a burden at all. Don't think that way. Know that you would do it for them and let them do it for you as well.
And my brother lives right here with me while my boyfriend's at work on third shift. And I love
Excuse me,
having
I'm
him
gonna
here.
hop off the panel.
You want me to get off?
No, I said I'm gonna hop off panel.
Oh,
All right, Lisa, I appreciate you coming up, girl.
Well, I just want to send my prayers out to Nana's family and let them know that she was loved by all of us on YouTube.
Absolutely. 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 And
okay.
and I appreciate you guys coming up. I appreciate everyone, you know, saying kind words for her, about her, and to her family up here. Um, you know, I wish I wish I could have got to know her better. You know, I really do.
She was something. No, Nana was really
Yeah.
something, Peachy.
I only was on her panel one time, and I seemed to get along with her just fine, and that's a shock for me, right? That's a shock for me
Yes,
because
ma'am.
um I
And that
mean,
loved you. She loved you hard, and you knew it. You knew she loved you. And I won't say much more. I just wanted to thank you, PG, for
hey, I appreciate it.
putting it
You
up.
know, I think I would have gotten to know a lot more creators if I would have came out here under different circumstances. But I think what backed me off from really getting to know a lot of people was, the fact when I was on Ziggy's, I was so greatly attacked all the time, and when you're attacked like that, it kind of keeps you you know from exploring and
Other
getting to know
options.
other channels, right?
Kind
Right.
of breaks you down.
Well, it didn't break me down. It just caused me to mess out on a lot of good people, and I believe Nana was one of them.
Yeah, Nana was loved.
You
She
know, I
was.
really do.
She
So,
she is loved, and PG, you're loved. You
Oh
know you're
yeah,
loved.
PG's loved too.
I mean, all of these folks out here, look at them. They all love you, and I joined, became a member.
oh,
First,
I
Well,
appreciate it.
thank you.
Oh, no problems. I just know you're fighting for Summer. You're fighting for the missing, and
This is Summer Moon, Utah Wells. If you
You
see something, call 1-800 TBI Find.
we are all working together. We are all
yeah,
working together as
right,
one.
right,
And that's what's so sad about all of this is, we're just now becoming a community of kindness, caring, and love amongst all who are for the victims, right?
right. And
And
I
and
just
it,
like to say, PG, I'm glad this community is coming together. I
it's took
see
a while. It's took a while to get it there, right?
it has.
It
I see
really
P-
has.
I see Jody
PG,
Sue out there, and I see others that have come together and who want to fight for this baby girl that's missing. And I will stay fighting for as long as God
Amen.
will let me.
Amen. You
can we
know,
take 5 minutes and pray for Nana's? And somebody can lead the prayer. I don't want to, but somebody, one of you guys, maybe her mod, can lead the prayer.
I don't know that I could do it, but PG, if you would do the honors.
I'll try my best. I didn't know her that well. I
Or
But
I
really
can,
didn't,
I,
but
you,
I'll do my best.
you know love.
Lord, we gather here today in the memory of Nana's Angels, a beautiful lady that has worked so hard for these children upon this earth, the missing, the abused. She is one that really cared. I know, God, that I don't question your will because I know that your will, your way is the right way. So I do not question that, Father. I know that you have a reason for taking her home. And Father, we will greatly miss her. She will be greatly missed upon this earth. And I just ask, Father, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, that you wrap your arms around all who are hurting, who are grieving, and you just give them comfort through all of this. That you just let them understand she is with you. She's in a place where we are all working to be, and that we should stay on that path, keep working so we can be with her and all of our loved ones one day, real soon. Father, we thank you for all that you do for us. We ask that you please let us be more like you, less like us. Father, please keep your love, your kindness, your caring, your hedge of protection wrapped around each and every one of us. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, and just watch over us. We ask that you just be with us always and forever, Father. In the name of Jesus, amen.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, PG. I will step down and thank you for everything you do for all the missing in summer.
Amen. I appreciate you guys coming up. I appreciate, you being up here to support um, us, everyone, in this time of grievance. Absolutely.
And I'm going to
And
step down. I love you, PG. I'm be in the chat.
love you too, girl. And
That's
I really hope that, I really hope that there's people surrounding her family and giving them the comfort that they need to get through all of this. I know this is a difficult time, absolutely difficult.
yes,
And
me too, PG. And I thank you, and I'll step down.
I appreciate you coming up, sweetie. God bless. I could tell you are hurting, and I hurt for you. I
Thank you.
really do.
Thank you. She meant a lot to me and to all of us on her
Ab-
channel.
Absolutely. Like I said, I wish I would have gotten to know her better. I didn't get that opportunity. Um, she seemed like a beautiful, beautiful human being. What I did know of her,
Yes, ma'am.
she seemed to be kind and caring. And I know that she was doing all she could to get the answers for these children.
Yes, ma'am. She had a wonderful soul. And I
That
mean,
she
she
did.
still does. God sees it. So that's why he
She,
called her home.
hey, she's up there. She's up there hugging each and every one of these missing children, and that have, that have been destroyed one way or another, um, in this horrible world. And I'm sure, I'm sure Summer is just holding on to her.
Tight as
And
ever.
absolutely, Summer's just holding on to her right now, and letting her know that, your loved ones will be okay. You're here with us now. And to be honest with you, I don't think she would come back if she could.
No.
I hear Jesus said, if you knew, if you knew what is in heaven, you would not be happy here on earth.
Amen.
It's gotta be super beautiful if we would no longer want to be here on earth.
And Summer is getting all the love that she so deserves.
Hey, I'm just sad that she didn't get it while she was here.
That's what I'm saying, PG.
You know, that little girl had every right to still be here, to still be enjoying life, enjoying all the beautiful things, that every child has a right to be experiencing, seeing on this earth. She had a right to, to go to school, have her friends, um, become someone. She had a right to, to the big white dress, the beautiful wedding, her own family, a future, to become a mother and a grandmother herself. She had every right to live the beautiful life that God put us here to live. But I'm afraid evil took her out, right?
Right.
And and that's, this is what happens in so many cases to so many, you know humans that are helpless, not just children, but older adults are being took out the same way, right?
Yes, ma'am. They are.
And that's sad. That is super sad. When did we become a human race of humans that just don't care? When did that happen? I don't know.
I don't know either, PG.
I don't know.
We
You
just got
know,
to do better. Every last one of us.
amen.
Every last
Amen.
one of us.
You
Okay,
know,
I'm gonna quit crying. I've cried for several days, and I'm gonna step down and let you do your show. And I thank you so much for honoring Nana.
you're so welcome.
God
God bless.
bless. God bless you. And God bless all your chat. Thank you so much.
PG lost for words, right? I don't get lost for words very often, but tonight I'm lost for words. I really am. I really am. I wish I could say more. I wish I could do more. I can't, right? I can't. But I will fold my hands together and I will be sending up prayers to the one that can. The lady that was just on panel, I so pray that God just dries up her tears, lets her know everything's going to be okay, and helps her to move forward with love, peace, and happiness. That's what this life is about. We have to move on. Our job ain't done. Our job on this earth ain't done. We still have more to do, and we've got to move forward and get it done. We'll be called soon enough, right? Our numbers will be called soon enough. And to be honest, I don't know when my number will be called, but the last thing I want is anyone to ever be sad because I'm gone. Man, let me enjoy it, right? Let me enjoy that beautiful place that I went to. I wouldn't want no tears. What I'd want is I would want people saying, hallelujah, praise the Lord, PG's in heaven, right? God bless her. God bless her. I'd want everybody to understand that you still got work to do down here. Be doing it. Don't give me another thought. Man, I'd be where everybody else is wanting to go, right? I'll be up there dancing. I'll be up there dancing. And I'm waiting for you all to join me, right? That's how I look at it. There ain't no time. There ain't no time for people to be dropping tears, because when you're dropping those tears, you're taking time away from people around you that need you. And I wouldn't want anyone doing that. Absolutely not. So, with that being said, I think that's what Nana would want to. I really do. I think she would want people to understand, you have people around you, like her children have her grandchildren. She wouldn't want them wasting time grieving for her. She would want them to spend that time hugging their grandchildren, letting their grandchildren know how much they are loved, because that's what she wants in this world. Don't spend time grieving on me. Spend time with them babies, right? Spend time with the people around you. Your job on this earth ain't done. Start moving forward. That's what I think. Oh, Carrie, I appreciate that. God bless. Summer will be found. It's just a matter of time, in my opinion. Absolutely. Absolutely. Summer will be found. She will be found. Too many prayers are going up. Too many prayers are going up, and I know God's going to answer. Right? We serve a mighty God. Right there's his son, Jesus Christ, upon the screen, right? That's a picture of his son. And through him, we're able to ask God whatever we want. And we are all asking for Summer to be found. Amen. I know I am. I know I am. And I know that God will answer. It's just on God's time. I don't care where Summer is. God can let her be found. And I know he will. Why? Because he loves us. Because he knows that her brothers and all of us need closure. We need to know where Summer's at. And I'm sure God's going to share where she's at. He knows. We might not, but he does. And I'm sure he's going to share that with us. We're going to know too. I truly believe that. Let's just keep praying and keep faith and wait. Just wait. um, she said, death sounds so permanently, and that terrifies me. Um, from what my Bible tells me, that through Jesus Christ, I get eternal life. Eternal life means that I don't ever have to die. My eyes are opened here, and they'll be open into the next life as I leave this one. That's, that's what I believe. So, I mean, it might be permanent, if you're not, if you're not baptized, saved, and your eyes ain't open, it might, that's a possibility, because, you're going to be in Hades if you're not. And if you're down in Hades, then that probably isn't going to be good, right? That's not going to be good. I don't know. I just think that, Jesus said, today is the day. Now is the time. Don't wait. Come, he says he knocks in the door. It's up to you to open the door. He's always knocking, right? It says, come as you are. Come as you are means come with all your sins, all your baggage, all your everything. Don't sit there and try to get ready. You are ready. That's why you're going, right? That's why you need Jesus, is because you got all these things on you that you need to get rid of. So, you know, but there's an old saying, you could lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Yeah, I can lead you, you know, I can lead you on the right path, but if you ain't willing to accept Jesus Christ into your life, and you ain't willing to do what it takes to, you know, to get your eyes open, then, ain't nothing PG could do about that. You know, I pray that everybody finds God. I pray that everyone, through his son makes it to heaven. Absolutely. I have no bitterness and hate towards anyone. Daisy upsets me, right? Because right now she's supporting the number one suspects in Summer's case. And I think she should be supporting, the real victim, which is Summer. But it don't make me not want to see her in heaven, right? It just makes me upset. And, wondering why, she would do such a horrible thing. I thought more of her than that. And that disappoints me. It disappoints me. But, I don't know everything. I don't know everything. I don't have all the answers to everything in this world. I'm just human too, right? PG's a human. Sometimes I wish I wasn't, but I am. And maybe Daisy's got a reason for what she's doing. Maybe she has a reason for what she's doing, right? Maybe she needs the money. I don't know the reason. I just know that I wish she wasn't doing it. That's all I know. But, you know, it does not matter who supports the Wells. It does not matter who supports the Wells. Tim Mullins can support the Wells. Daisy can support the Wells. White Boy can support the Wells. Cher can continue to support the Wells, right? Benny Keys, if he wants, he could jump on the train to supporting the Wells. I really don't care who is supporting the Wells. All I can tell you is their support is a broken stick, right? Don and Candace can sit there with these people and they can laugh and they can feel like they got friends in this world. But Don and Candace, you don't have no fucking friends. You have no friends because you know what? At the end of the day, White Boy knows that your 5-year-old daughter is missing and you fucks have done nothing to help find her. He knows the truth. Daisy knows the truth. Benny knows the truth. All of these people, no matter how evil we might think they know the truth. And they are not your fucking friend. They look at you just like everyone else does for the pieces of shit you are. And if there was nothing to gain by laughing with you, they wouldn't be laughing with you at all. Matter of fact, you probably make them, you probably appall them, right? You probably make their fucking skin crawl. They're doing a dirty deed that they don't even want to do. And the reason that nobody else is doing it is because nobody else wants to. Nobody else can do it, right? Nobody else does it because, you know, we have morals, we have self-respect, we have dignity, we have a conscience, right? We have a conscience. That's what we got. There is no way in freaking hell I would ever kiss the Wells fucking ass after knowing everything we know now. Absolutely not. Number one suspects in their own little girl's disappearance. Unbelievable. I really hope that, you know, I really did hope it wouldn't be the parents with Summer. But you know what? Everything points to the fact it is. Everything. No matter how you try to spin it, it goes right back on 110 Ben Hill Road. Right? It goes right back to 110 Ben Hill Road. You know, I'm going to tell you, while we're on the subject of Nana, right? While we're on the subject of Nana, I want to tell you guys something that you know, personally, I didn't feel it. You know, I personally thought something is odd and weird, right? When it came to Nana's passing, and I'm going to tell you why. Well, Nana was the one that brought out the box, right? Kathy wasn't going to bring it out. Kathy wanted to share that dirty little secret with Nana, but she didn't. But she didn't anticipate on Nana bringing it out into public, right? Nana's the one that brought the box out. Am I correct? She's the one that brought the box out. She told all about the box and showed pictures. Yes, yes. And I remember that Kathy, you know, lied and, well, actually, Kathy got a little pissed at the beginning of, when Dan had done that, right? That Kathy, the friend, seemed to feel betrayed. Does anyone else remember that? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember Kathy feeling betrayed and a little upset about what Nana had done. Please put a 1 in the chat, because that's what I remember. Now I did follow that. I remember that. Yes, absolutely. Well, you know, there's a lot of people passing away in this case, right? A lot of people have been just falling over around this case. Now, you know, that box was a significant win. That was a significant win-win for Summer's case, knowing that Candace hid all that stuff away from law enforcement. And Nana brought it out. I'm going to tell you something else that's really freaking weird. This right here. Look at this. This is really freaking weird. I mean, have you guys ever seen this happen before? Because personally, I haven't. I have not ever seen this happen before. Somehow, Nana's picture got put on Daisy's avatar, right? I have not ever seen a glitch like that, ever. Absolutely not have I seen a glitch like that. You know, I tried to figure out how many, you know, and I know a lot of people that's really super good with computers. Super good. This is weird. This is weird. to say the least. This is weird. And Nana was concerned about it. She was concerned. She was so concerned with it, she posted it. Right? She posted it. Actually, right before she passed away, she posted this. That's how much it bothered her. She felt a need to share it. Right? She felt a need to share this. Was it a glitch? Was it? Well, you know what? I'd like to see someone be able to glitch just like that again. I really would like someone to glitch up something like that again. Right? Because I don't think it could be done. I don't. Absolutely not. Now, I know, I like to say, hey, man, that was just a weird glitch, right? That was a weird glitch. A very rare and weird glitch. The only problem is I can't say that because I ain't ever seen it before. If this is, if this is a glitch, then I'm sure we would have seen it before. Right? What was it? I don't know. I don't know. I have my suspicions, but I don't know. Right? I do have my suspicions. Summer's case has been very evil. A lot of evil surrounding it. You guys know that. I'm not telling you nothing you don't know. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you know that there's something sinister about this case. There's something definitely evil about this case. We all know it. Do we want to admit it? That's a different story. But we all know it. We've known it for a while. It's not nothing new. Hell, we seen how evil it was early on. How you could cut it with a knife. You could cut it with a knife. Something ain't right about this case. Something definitely is not right about this case. I don't know. All I can say is, better have God with you. If you're dealing with this case, you better have God with you. That's for sure. It's important. It is super important to take precautions in all of this. It's just funny that she brought out that box. This weird stuff happened to her, and now she's no longer with us. And that seems to be the story in a lot of cases, right? The one guy goes to Fred Hill's house, said some things to Fred. Next thing you know, he's dead, right? Seems how it happens. You tell me. Just saying. Just saying. And we've seen it happen multiple times. Yes, exactly right, Molly. Somehow it did get in Daisy's YouTube profile, which is really freaking strange. It's weird. And then I seen where they were trying to say it was a fake photo, right? Did you guys see that? Where they were trying to say that that was a fake photo. Put a one in the chat if you've seen the comments where Daisy's group was saying this fake. I seen it. I seen it. And that was from her minions over there, right? Saying that was fake. I seen it myself. They was nothing. I don't believe that shit was fake. I think it was weird, but I don't think it was fake. And I think, I think it bothered Nana so bad she shared it. Big red flag there, folks. Big red flag when someone does that. So, even she couldn't believe it. She was like, please, let me know if you've seen it. Right? She was wanting to know if other people seen it. What they were seeing. And it also bothered her so much she actually clipped it, right? Actually clipped it. So, I don't know. Just some really weird, strange shit going on all around with this case. All around. But I'm going to move on to some better news. I'm going to move on to some better mood because I feel that I need to pull everybody out of this funk, right? I think I better pull everybody out of this because we've been depressed long enough tonight. And depression just isn't something that, PG likes allowing to hang around. I don't allow that shit to hang around. It's got to go. Right? It's got to go. So I'm going to open the door and throw it out. And we're going to move on. We're going to move on to it ain't better news, but it's funny as hell. So we're going to move on to this. Allie did law enforcement all the way over in the other country, right? Scotland, UK area. What did they do? Well, they arrested the little freak that came up on this panel and confessed to doing something evil to Summer Moon Utah Wells, right? Yeah. So that shows you what this country can get done across the world, right? It shows you what this country can get done all the way over in another area of the world. So folks, we're just not that far away from everyone as everyone thinks we are, right? We're not that far away from all these other people. We might think we are, but we're not. That's why there's going to be a one world order at some point, right? Because this world ain't that big. It's not that big. It's only big in our minds. But it's not that big in reality. But they got a hold of him. And here's what he did. I felt, I don't know about others, but I felt this is funny as hell. I really did. They whipped him up pretty good too, right? They whipped him up pretty good. He deserves that. He deserves that. I wanted to pull him through the screen myself. But hey, like I said, sometimes when you leave things be, God takes care of things way better than we can.
Jesus, what happened? This is what B did, right? This is all he did, mate. Look, right, keep in mind that's a tiny cop. Right, that's only because I've been...
That's all he did to you? Well, dude, if that's all he did pretty damn good if you ask me. Right? Look, I think your nose is broke, dude. Right? I think your nose is broke. That's for damn sure. You look like somebody look like somebody made chop suey out of you. You sure you're not in China? All right.
spreading it a bit. But I got him fucking 19 proper in the face, right? And now they're saying taking me back home. They tried taking me from hospital, trying to say I'm mentally insane. Like, what the fuck are they trying to play at? Eh?
They're trying to say it. This guy's sitting there proving it to him, right? He's like, they could use this video against him. Right? He cracks me up. I'm not gonna lie. He actually cracks me up. Right?
It's like, bro, Lewis, right? You don't even understand. You don't even understand, right? These motherfuckers are trying to underestimate me. It's like, one. Another one in the front and all. I don't know if you can see her, but
He's talking about your bald head, right? This dude, I promise you, he done gone and lost it, right?
come on, have a civilized discussion here. Come on, man. There's no need to patch. We can have a good time. I'm not gonna harm you or anything. We can have a good civilized conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. They're about to have a good civilized conversation. They're about to have one with him here in a few minutes. Watch and see.
Listen, I think chat. Someone should phone like coppers and say, tell them I'm being kidnapped because that's what I feel like right now. Like I am being kidnapped right now. Like these motherfuckers, I don't even know what they're strangers. Stranger danger. They've put me in their car. They're taking me somewhere. I don't even know where I am. Like they're kidnapped me. They've legit kidnapped me. These strangers have kidnapped me. You know, stranger danger. This is stranger.
He said stranger danger. All right. He is like stranger danger. This guy is something different.
Danger.
What's happening here? What they got to do?
I don't know. Fucking police brutality or some shit.
You're under arrest, all right.
He's getting touched. He's getting touched. The pigs are touching him, man.
He's getting touched. He's getting touched. You don't talk about it. You want to talk about my bald head? They pull him out. Oh, shit. That was funny stuff. That was absolutely funny stuff, right? He was smiling at him. That cop must have had a little bit of Benny in him. He's like, you smile at me like that one more time, motherfucker. All right. Smile at me one more time like that. Okay, that's it. They wasn't done with him. They might have made the other side of his face match the one we saw. Oh, shit. That was some funny stuff, man. Oh, damn. I just cannot be upset about none of that. Right? Hey, if you guys want to see it again, put a 1 in the chat. I'll play it again. Right? Every time I see it, I laugh. That is funny as hell. We're gonna watch it again.
Jesus, what happened? This is what B did, right? This is all he did, mate. Look, right, keep in mind that's a tiny cough. Right, that's only because I've been spreading it a bit. But I got him fucking 19 proper in the face. Right? And now they're trying to taking me back home. They tried taking me from hospital, trying to say I'm mentally insane. Like, what the fuck are they trying to play at? Eh? It's like, bro, Lewis, right, you don't even understand. You don't even understand. Right?
He said they tried to take me to the hospital.
Right? These smaller fuckers are trying to underestimate me. It's like, one. Smaller one in the front and all. I don't know if you can see her, but come on, have a civilized discussion here. Come on, man. There's no need to patch. We can have a good time. I'm not gonna harm you or anything. We can have a good civilized conversation.
He's not gonna harm them. Like they scared. Shit.
Listen, I think chat, someone should phone like coppers and say, tell them I'm being kidnapped, because that's what I feel like right now. Like, I am being kidnapped right now. Like, these motherfuckers, I don't even know what, they're strangers. Stranger danger. They've put me in their car, they're taking me somewhere, I don't even know where I am. Like, they're kidnapped me. They've legit kidnapped me. These strangers have kidnapped me. You know, stranger danger. This is stranger danger.
What's happening here? What they got to do?
I don't.
Do you see him give the smell? He gave the smell like Benny up. Did you see him watch? He give the smell.
What's happening here? What they got to do?
I don't know. Fucking police brutality or some shit.
You're under arrest, alright?
He's getting touched. He's getting touched. The pigs are touching him, man.
Oh, shit. That was funny stuff, right? I don't care what anybody said. That was funny as hell. They pulled over the side of the road. Oh. Man, it don't get no better than that. Right? It don't get no better than that. Every time I see it, I could watch it a million times, crack me up. Right? Oh, shit. He says stranger danger. Them old boys whipped the shit out of him. Oh, damn. That was hilarious. Absolutely. Holy shit. That was funny as hell. I can't help it. Oh, God. It was. I think that smell done it for him. Oh, you smelling motherfucker. Not for long. Yeah, it was well deserved, right? That'd teach him. That'd teach him. He getting that ass whooped halfway across the country. Oh, shit. Funniest damn thing I ever seen. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Yeah, he did. He made me sick. Come on here and say the ugly things he said about poor little Summer. He got everything he deserved, right? I didn't play it. But even in that squad car, he said something bad about Summer. Even in that video, he said something bad about her again. So I do not feel sorry for humans like that. Absolutely not. No way, form, or how. He really needs some serious mental help, right? That guy is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You're always going to have, you're always going to have your sympathizers, right? You're always going to have your sympathizers for these fucking evil, pure evil, sick criminals. I personally don't have that sympathy. I don't. You know, you have sympathy for this guy. Won't you open your damn door up and let him in? No, you don't want to do that, do you? Oh, hell no. Well, if you're not willing to open your door up for someone and let them in, right, like this, then why the hell are you sympathizing with them? Why are you sympathizing with them? Actually, if you seen that coming, you lock your fucking doors, right? You lock your doors and arm up. Why? Because you know what he is. You know. You better not let that bastard around you. Right? How can you sympathize with that? How can you sympathize with it? I can't. And I won't. Absolutely not. Man, I'm going to tell you one thing I don't do is sympathize with pure evilness. Do you think God sympathized with pure evilness? Oh, I don't think so. If God sympathized with it, then they wouldn't be a big hell down there full of fire for these people to fall into, right? God don't tolerate it, and I don't think he wants us to as well. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure he don't. So, you have every right, like the Bible says. If you knew a thief was coming, you would have waited up, right? God gives you common sense. Use it. I mean, what was you going to wait up for? Was you going to wait up to give him the stuff? Help him pack it? No. You would have waited up to make sure he didn't get anything, right? Except what he deserved. There you go. Absolutely. Man, I'm going to tell you what. I think for a lot of people, I think for a lot of people, common sense flew out the window. I don't understand it. I don't understand, people don't seem to think logical anymore. How the hell you could sympathize with pure evilness, I have no idea. But don't ask me to do that shit. Because I tell you right now, it's a hell to the no-no. It is a hell to the no-no. No fucking way. Right? No one should sympathize with it. God put us on this earth to take down evilness, not to build that shit up. Not to build it up and let it overcome everyone on earth. I mean, that's insane. Which is going to happen anyway. But hopefully not before I'm taken up. If you read your Bible, it says that, cowards ain't getting in heaven. It actually says the word cowards are not going to get into heaven. Right? So, what's a coward? It's a person afraid to put down evilness. It's a person that's afraid to stand up for themselves. Well, I'd be damned if that happens to me. Oh, look who it is. It's Sherry. Hello, Sherry. How you doing today, hon?
I'm fine, PG. I don't quite understand how that ever got started about how we didn't like each other. I remember when you first started off and I came on your panel and I said, if I ever meet you, I will hug you, PG. And you said, you know what? You said, I'll hug you back, Sherry. So where did everything go wrong that I hate you?
Well, I tell you where it went wrong. Every time that you come over here,
Have I
it
said
seems,
that? Have
it
I ever
seems like,
told you I disliked you
no,
or hated you? Ever?
you don't have to say things. Sometimes people can just see it. It is the vibe that you give me when you come up on my panel and you act sarcastic to me, or try to put me down in your different little ways to appease and please Daisy and them. That's
No.
not. I
PG,
have
that's
not
my
ever done
personality.
anything.
I like to play that way. And I've already been told, I've had my feelings hurt all week or last week because people have told me that I'm brutally blunt, that I say things that people don't understand, and it comes off like I'm being really mean, hurtful, and make people cry. And that's not even the truth. But
Well, you don't make me cry. but you make me feel
I
that
don't want to ever make you
you
cry.
make me feel that you really don't you really don't like me at all,
Yes, I
and
do. You're
like a
absolutely
fake
wrong.
friend, and
Look,
and
you're
and
wrong,
and
PG,
and
about that. I disagree. I do like you. I like Justin. Ask Justin. He'll tell you. When he was crying and people were making fun of him, I was in his chat. And I could feel his pain. I could feel it. And there have been times, you've been attacked by people, and I'm sitting back, and I'm not up here getting into it. I'm just sitting back going, oh my gosh, I'm so glad it's not me saying those things. Because that's really not me. It's not. I am a sweet natured, loving person. Yes, I'm sarcastic. I can't help it. I can't help it. That's just my sense of humor. But, it's like calling somebody, all right, I call whatever her name, stupid, and I call Sailor idiot, and I'm moron. And Christine is goofy. We just call each other names just to play. We try to break up the monotony of what we've been doing for 2.5 years. That's nearly killed us all. It's turned us against each other. Once we were working together, and all of a sudden we're like, and that's the truth. And that hurts me so badly. And for the same cause, how do I know you? Through Summer. How do I know Daisy? Through Summer. How do I know any of these people? Even people in your chat? Through Summer. She brought us all together, and I can't understand why we're dissenting from
I'm
each
bringing you
other.
up, Texas lady.
Instead of coming together and
If
work
you want to close
together.
camera, I'm bringing you up.
Why can't we work together and share information? Hey, I just found out this today. Could you find out any more about it? I mean, why are we
Texas
not doing
lady, if
that?
you want to close your camera, I'm bringing you up, hon.
Okay, who you bringing up? Map?
Texas lady.
Hi.
How you
Hey
doing,
there.
hon?
Good. I'm sad about Nana, but
Hey,
I'm
baby.
glad everyone honored her. I feel like they honored her, and bless her heart. I just want to thank all of you that really work for Summer, because that's what's the important part. I think
Absolutely. I agree.
we
I
need
absolutely agree.
we need to stop arguing amongst each other, because that's not going to solve
Oh,
anything.
thank you. Thank you for saying that. I've been trying to preach this for at least the last year and a half.
Sorry, I put my shirt off.
Look, you're a very pretty woman. I can see that.
Yes,
Listen,
she is
Do
beautiful.
you have Native American in you?
all my life, 60 years, I thought that I did. And then I did a 23andMe test, and I don't have a lick of Indian in me.
Well, that might, what you don't understand is you could have, but because of there's a reason they really don't test you for the Indian heritage
But I
in
think it's
those
because
particular tests.
kind
I
of.
didn't know that, because it comes out 99.9% Irish.
Well, you're
But
not
I,
in the
I
light like
always
I am
thought
in the light.
I always thought I had some Indian in me, and I thought, wow, I went my whole life thinking I
I'm
had
not the
Native
first
American.
person to ask that.
No, you're the very first. Well,
My
in a long
grandmother
time.
was. Everybody was always asking us, "Is your grandmother Indian?" She would never cut her hair, never. I mean, it was a wonderful, wonderful time. It's
No,
nice to
but
meet you.
besides, wanting to
Nice
thank
to
you
meet
for all
you.
your. Oh, nice to meet you, Sherry. I see you all the time. I watch all the shows. I try to go back and forth, and um, there's some
Yeah, I'm a
shows that I don't.
nutcase.
Yeah, there's some
I'm a
shows
nutcase.
that I don't agree with, and I'm pretty much
They
on the
quit paying
same.
me, so I'm not going to be a nutcase anymore.
But I just hope and pray that something is going to come along soon, that we find summer and it comes a conclusion to this. People are getting frustrated, angry, more sad. Um, I know
No,
I am. And
everybody, because of those frustrations, fears, anger, that is making everybody just really be irritable about this whole case.
yeah, and it's also making people go off on a completely different subject. So we
Yeah,
need to
tangent.
get
They go
back.
off on all these tangents here, here, here. I just accused somebody of that the other day. I said, "Why are you going over here and over here and over here when we were talking about right here?" Well, I
Exactly.
shall
And
not name that person, but I do say what my opinion is because that's
I
not how you
know,
talk to
I
people.
know, I know
You
I
just
was
confuse
watching.
people when you tell people stuff like that. You just confuse them.
There's
All
certain
right,
things, though.
Polly.
I try to watch some of
What did Sherry
Dave.
tell Candace that made her cry that she had to have a big but her cash app didn't go through? What? I
Yeah, I don't
first,
know what she said.
first I did not make Candace cry. Uh, go look on Daisy's. I've talked to her today. She said I don't even know what they're talking about. I said, well, supposedly I made you cry. She said, we don't do anything but laugh on here. She was going fishing. I was going virtually fishing with her. She's showing me her night crawlers. I was telling her how to clip them in thirds and whatever. And she was showing me her worms. She thought they were dying. I said, put them in the freezer and they'll come back to life tomorrow. And she said, she called me the next day. She said, guess what? They've come back to life. I didn't melt them out. Resuscitation on the worms and they lived. That's how we just cut up. I mean, we don't talk about serious stuff. We just
So,
don't. And
so,
how could I make her cry? And I wasn't hateful. She went
so,
on Daisy. She said, Sherry, wasn't hateful. I wasn't mean. I wasn't any of those things. That is not in my nature to do
so
that.
why did Daisy come and accuse you of doing so?
I don't know.
They
I,
can't. Well, Candace had to tell her that,
mm,
or Daisy wouldn't have come in and done that to you.
well,
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
I
I looked back and I didn't see anywhere. I mean, I was like, I
I'm
can't
gonna
believe that happened.
I'm gonna tell you. Me and Daisy have our differences, but I'm gonna tell you right now. If Daisy says Candace told her something, and she come all the way over to Jinkies to confront Sherry about it, then it happened.
Hmm.
Daisy ain't gonna lie about something like that. That's just not Daisy. Absolutely not. Because Daisy come to say something to you on Candace's behalf. She was sticking up for Candace. So Candace had to say it. But that is the way Candace is too. Candace likes to tear people apart. And maybe she doesn't like you and Daisy, being so close and everything. That is one thing that I did take
do you
notes.
think it
Candace
could be another
Donald.
way around?
I
I
don't know.
know. No, I don't think that Daisy would want to tear you and Candace apart. Absolutely not. Because, you know,
Look,
Da-
Candace
Daisy,
doesn't trust
Daisy,
anybody, and
Daisy
I don't
is
trust
gonna,
anybody either.
and Daisy isn't gonna
And we
do
don't
that.
spend our time talking about the case or
Why,
summer
why,
or
why?
anything. We
Here's my
just
thing.
laugh.
I understand that, but my thing is why Daisy wouldn't do that due to the simple fact that, um, you know, for one, you and
PG, I
Candace
can't
wouldn't
speak
even.
for Daisy. You know, I can't
Daisy
speak for
wants to
her.
keep Daisy wants to keep peace between
I cannot speak
you,
for
Candace,
Daisy or
her, and
anybody
all of you
else.
all,
I can only speak for me.
right? But I'm telling you, Daisy's not going to come and do something like that if Candace did not tell her that. For one,
Well,
she because she would feel that Candace is going to get mad at her if she used Candace to do something like that. And she wants to keep Candace in her pocket. I know that. So there's no way she's going to do that. That's just no. But it sounds like
Well,
this is behind the scenes
I just don't know
playing
what to say about
between the
that.
two of you.
I don't know what to
Candace
say
is
about
leading you
that.
to
I don't know
believe
what to
that
say about
Davy.
that.
Well, I do. Candace is an asshole, and this is her game, and her way of playing.
Well,
And
people tell me
personally,
you're an asshole, but that doesn't make me believe it.
actually, I probably am a fucking asshole, but I don't give a shit.
You know what? I said it doesn't make me believe it either.
Hey, I would have to agree with it. They.
Oh, come on. You've got to think more of yourself than that. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely not. I'm a bitch.
No, you're a smart ass. That's what you are. You're not a
That
bitch. You're not a
that's
bitch. You're a
I'm a
smart
genius.
ass.
I'm a genius. I'm a real fucking smart ass. All right.
You're a genius ass.
Yeah, that's what I am.
Nah, I really look. I don't have any animosity toward anybody, and one of the reasons that I want to make amends with everyone is because of what happened to Nana. And I was preaching this. I don't know if it was on Daisy's, Jakey's, whatever, but I kept saying, I know Ronald heard it because I was like, what if something happened to one of our creators or one of the people we know well? We would be devastated. We'd be devastated. And then, damn it, it did happen. Just right after I've said, quit being mean to people, you want the last words to be in your mouth that, well, you cocksucker. You want that to be the last thing you say? Or you want the last thing to be say is, I love you. I care about you. Thank you for being my friend. I don't care. Something nice. But don't, mm, and Nana was not one to be mean to people. She wasn't. I just recently got to know her. We were just getting ready to exchange phone numbers and stuff. Well, we already started the process, but I've got to take all that out of my phone now. But
Well,
anyway,
your last words out of your mouth, if it would all depend on the person and who they were talking to, and if God understood or not. Right? I mean, some people deserve to be called an asshole. Some people deserve to be called a
but why do you think you deserve to be called an asshole?
because I can be one, right? When need be, I can be one. I can be
Yeah,
whatever
but
people want me to be.
PG, sometimes you have to be an
You don't have
asshole.
to be what people want you to be, PG.
When
You be
when
what
she
PG needs you to be.
when she's
Don't
trying to
look.
learn things
What
and
people
find
think of
things
you,
out.
PG, is none of your damn business.
I think what people think is my damn business.
And why so? What gain? What gain are you going to get from that?
Knowing exactly who the fuck I'm fucking with, right? That's
And
what I'm
what
going to
about it?
gain.
Then what are you going to do about it when you know who it is?
Whatever's necessary, right?
Hmm.
Everybody has their own ways.
Pardon me?
Everybody has their own ways in this world.
Absolutely. What are you supposed to do? Sit there and be Millie Mouth, tell people that you love them that actually hate you? To sit
No.
there and kiss ass with people
If PG
that
were in
you
my
know don't
house,
give a flying fuck about you? Is
if
that how you're
PG were in
supposed to
my
be?
house right now, I'd say sit in that recliner. There's an ashtray over there. Make yourself comfortable. I mean, man, get you something to drink. I mean, that's the way I live. I would not be like, well, what are you doing, you old bitch, here at the door? That is just not who I am. I never have been that way. And since YouTube has gotten so angry with each other, angry, I see anger everywhere. Anger is just nothing but frustration plus fear. That's what anger is.
Um,
And
I
anger is a
I have
choice.
to disagree. I have to disagree because I'm
Okay,
going to
how
tell you
about
what.
this one?
I fear
Anger is
nothing
a
but
choice.
God. I
Anger
fear
is a
nothing
choice.
but God. But I'm going to tell you what. A
All
lot of
right.
people get, a lot
What
of
are you
people
going to do?
do piss me off, right? A lot of people do piss me off.
I
And,
do. Okay.
and I don't fear them son of a bitches at all. Period.
Okay. Am I one of those?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, Sherry. I really dislike you. I don't like you at all. I don't like your attitude. I don't like the way that you're sarcastic. I don't like the way that you make me feel. I don't like anything about it. And that's just being honest with you. Absolutely honest with you. I personally don't care for you at all.
I respect your honesty. Thank you. I really do. I like black or white. Don't give me any gray to think about. So if you don't like me, that is fine. I really don't mind. You're not the first person in my life that hasn't liked me.
Absolutely not.
No, you're not. But you know what? I love you, PG. I really do. And I still would hug you if I saw you. And
Well,
I
that's
will one day. Bye, sweetheart.
bye. I just don't waste no words. I'm sorry. That woman has made me um, upset many different times. And she can play the victim, but I'm going to tell you something. I just don't like sarcastic fucking assholes that always think you should overlook them, and I'm not going to overlook that, right? She could be a nicer person, she could be a more caring person, she could be more genuine and not all fake fucking up like that. And personally, no, she doesn't like me. She doesn't like me at all. She has an issue with me. I can tell it, and that's cool. But don't come over here and um, play your fake ass shit with me, and then sit there, like she said, wow, you're probably an asshole too, or whatever. Yeah, I can be a fucking asshole. You better bet your fucking dollar on that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I have no problem being a bitch because I'll tell you why. In this world right here, they don't give you no opportunity but to be, you know, they don't give you an opportunity to be anything different, right? That's what it is. That's what it is. I just don't like them fake ass fucking people. I don't, and I don't care for them, and I don't need that shit in my life. I don't need that shit in my life. I've had too much of that shit in my life, and hey, I cleaned house on it, and I'm not about to bring it back in, right? That's just the way it is. I mean, I know everybody's going to say, oh, PG hurt Sherry's feelings. I really don't give a fuck, right? Nobody gave a damn when Sherry was coming and hurting PG's feelings. And she's done it many, many times, And I tried to be nice, overlook it, be nice, overlook it, be nice, and overlook it to the point, how many times am I supposed to turn my cheek? Right? I think the Bible told me to only turn it twice. It said they smack you, turn the other cheek. After that, it don't say what to do. Well, I gave her even more than that, right? I gave her even more than that, and all she did is, I mean, she's like a fucking Frenchman with the gloves, just smacking back and forth. Fuck that. It has to stop somewhere, and it stopped here, right? It stopped here. I'm done.
It's a shame that people have to make you feel like that, where you have to say no more. I'm not going to
Exactly.
do it. I'm not going to do it anymore.
Absolutely. And I'm not. I mean, I'm just not. Some people, you know, I feel life's like a mirror. I feel it's like a mirror. You're only going to get back what you put out. Well, I try to put out all kindness and caring and love, right? That's what I choose. I choose. God knows my heart. He knows that's what I choose to do. But when I'm not getting it back, I'm not going to sit there and take somebody's shit, right? I'm just not going to. I'm not going to do it. This life is a two-way street. What I'm trying to say is, it's a give and take. And I'm not going to, keep giving while motherfuckers are just taking. I don't have to do that. I don't have to. This is my life to live the way I want to live it. I don't have to take people's crap all the time just because I'm a Christian. Just because I love and worship and walk with Jesus Christ and try to follow the right path to get back to my God doesn't mean that I have to sit there and kiss all of these evil people's backsides and take their shit. And I'm not going to. Absolutely not.
No, I believe that God wants us to forgive, but I don't believe that God wants us to be a doormat. I think that God says, forgive them, but you go your way and I'm going to go my way.
And hey, and you know what? I've tried to do that with Sherry. Do I go over there looking for them? No.
No, you don't.
They come looking for me. And when you look for me, you're looking for the truth. And you're going to get the truth, right?
I think she's lonely, PG. She's a lonely lady, and at times she drinks too much and fails like all of us do. But then when she gets, or anybody gets, a lot of people gets too much alcohol, they turn into a mean person. And I think that's part of the situation.
And that's her problem. She
Right.
needs to deal with it, right? She
Right.
needs to deal with it. I'm not trying to be mean to nobody. I'm just
Sometimes you
saying,
have to
not my
divorce
problem.
people. You divorce people, not just your husband, but you have to let people out of your life.
You have to, there's no room in your life. What I'm saying is, um, what I'm trying to say is, you know, Sherry really doesn't like Daisy right now. She likes Jinkies. You can tell she likes Jinkies, but she does not, like Daisy. And you know, but still, she would play the same thing with Daisy right now that she's been coming over here, doing with me, um, for God from the beginning of time, right? Out here on YouTube. And you can only just take so much of that sarcasm. Any human can only take so much shit before, they ain't willing to do it any longer.
Right.
And and because of her age and because of all of these things, you know, um I have tried to, dismiss it. I have really tried to make excuses and dismiss it. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't even do that. I don't even do that for my own family, right? I don't even do that. I once did. I once did. But, I learned that you just can't keep making excuses and letting people fuck over you. You have to, at some point, understand that, these are people that don't even deserve to be in your life and you need to get rid of them. And the sooner you do, the better your life will be and the better it'll get, because now you can focus and pay attention and enjoy the people who really do love and care about you that are around you.
Yeah,
You don't do all that
I
fake
wish I'd
shit.
have learned that a long time ago. I know it
Amen.
now, but I spent all of my midlife, with my marriage, that being treated terribly, when I didn't have to do that.
No,
I shouldn't have done that for all those
no,
years.
absolutely not. And um, I'm not like farting dust or dirt old, but what I'm saying is, you know, I severely abused in my childhood. I
Sorry.
abused and and went through hell during my teenhood. You know, my young adulthood, I fought my ass off to get out of the cesspool and to break the chains from all of that horribleness, right? The
Well, then
cesspool
I
that I
can
had been
understand.
in.
I can better understand where exactly you're coming from, because you feel like I've done that. I don't have to do that anymore, and I'm not going to do that anymore.
Absolutely. You know, I have found a better life, a more peaceful life, a more loving, kinder life. And that's what I choose to live. And I choose to keep these evil humans the hell away from me, right?
Yeah, me
You
too.
know, you can't live in peace like that. You can't. Because, you know, those kind of people just you get no rest with them. You know, you're not at peace. And I refuse to let someone, you know, interrupt my peace. I just refuse to do it. And it is what it is, you know. And I don't give two shits how old somebody is. I don't care, you know, I don't care if they're a teenager. I don't care if they're a young adult. I don't care if, you know, there is no call to be rude and mean and ugly to people and then think that they should be all kind and caring to you. Man, you should learn in your childhood to be kind to others and they will be kind to you. If you ain't kind, then don't expect kindness back. You know? Don't expect it. Who the hell are you? Some queen of fucking Sheba? I don't think so. Your ass is made of dirt just like everybody else, you know? The only difference between humans is the way they wrap it. Right?
Yeah.
It's the way they wrap that fucking dirt. And that's it. And the better they wrap it, the more high and mighty they think they are. Bullshit. Bullshit. You know, it's the same bag of fucking dirt underneath that shit. You know, get over yourself, right? Get the hell over yourself. That's what I got to say. Anybody can wrap it up, right?
Hey,
Still a
PG,
bag of dirt.
before I forget, would you do me a little favor and sometime when you have a chance, see if I accidentally got blocked? Because when I was trying to, I was going to send you a super chat, it wouldn't go through, and then none of my chat messages were going through.
In this chat,
Yes, ma'am.
are you under Texas Lady?
Yes, ma'am.
Um, I don't think I have you blocked.
I saw you the last time you came on, and I was making comments, and there wasn't a problem. But tonight, when I saw you were on, I was making comments because you had said something. I came on right when you were talking about the box that was
Right.
Summers. Are you
Mm-hmm.
talking about the box that had her swimsuit in there?
Yeah.
And okay,
Mm-hmm.
well, Kathy, the friend, she's
Right.
the one that had the box.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
But it was Nana that brought the box out. Nana's the one that let the true crime community know that Kathy had that box.
oh, you mean it? She had it physically.
No, no, Nana didn't have it physically. Kathy
Right.
did. Nana
Right.
just Nana was just the one that brought it to the light out here on the YouTube community. Kathy wasn't going to bring that box out to the community.
Oh,
Nana did.
I see what you're saying. See,
And
I came on right when you were talking about it. I was
right,
like, wait a minute, Nana didn't have the box.
no, no,
And
she
that's when I
didn't.
started trying to chat, and nothing will go through that I chat.
Right.
So when you
I
have
was just
time, just check it out. I know you're busy. You don't have
I
to do
will
it
do.
now.
I
Yeah.
will do.
There's Texas
Absolutely.
Brat, and then there's Texas Lady. But I saw Texas Brat. She's on, and she can
Right.
chat, but I can't. So
I would not know why anyone would would block you. I mean,
that's why I thought
unless,
maybe.
but sometimes what happens in here is sometimes me or and I know this does happen because trust me, my mods are like PG, don't block. Don't block. Because
No,
I
yeah,
I will block. I will go after one person, and I promise you, half the chat will be in the block list because I'm going after them, and I get other people. So
I
you
remember
know,
you saying that the other day, so I was
mhm,
like, yeah, that's probably what happened.
it
So
it happens all the time, and then people's like, PG, why am I blocked? And it's like, my mod was probably going after someone else, and they tell me not to block, but then sometimes they block the
yeah,
wrong people, you know. And so I get that all the time. I get that all the time. If
okay.
I block you, you're probably saying something really bad.
Yeah, and I
Um,
haven't said anything bad. So
oh no, no, I bet you 10 to 1 they went after one person and accidentally got you.
yeah.
And I don't think my mods can get you out of the block if they block you. Only
Okay.
I'm able to
Yeah,
do
I
that.
tried to
So
see if I could find an email address, and I couldn't find an email address. And I thought, well, I am a friend of yours now on Facebook, so that was going to be my next. And I thought, well, I never have talked to PG. I'm going to just try to talk to PG tonight.
well, I'm glad you did. I'm
Me
glad you came up
too.
on the panel, and I'm sorry that you had to be part of um, that ugliness that that shouldn't have ever went down because
I
Sherry
know
could
I
have
was
been a
going to
better
try to
person.
be the mediator, and I thought, no, no, I'm not going to do that because
That
PG has got her reasons. So,
hey, blessed is the peacemaker. Blessed is the peacemaker. But that was just a bridge that's just a bridge that's already been burned, and I don't think anyone can mend it.
yeah.
Um, as bad as it sounds, I don't want to dislike Sherry or anything. God knows, yes, I do forgive her for all, but it's just something I'm not willing to continue to go through. And, and I just got to kick the dust off my feet and move on. Um,
Absolutely.
I just, I just assume to feel no way about Sherry. I don't want to like her and I don't want to dislike her. I just don't want nothing to do with her, period. Right? That's
Well,
my
I
feeling.
have an aunt in my life. She's only 3 years older than myself, and I love her. She's my family, but
Right.
I can't deal with her.
Yeah,
I
you
just
can't do
can't.
her. You just
I
can't
can
do her.
do her for maybe 15 minutes, and then I'm out of
Right.
here. You know.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
And
I know where you're coming from.
right. Right. Exactly. People just don't, people just, you know, don't understand how important it is to, get those people out of your life that think you're their support system, but they don't ever want to support you. Um, that's not right. That's
Yeah,
not right. If you're seeking support from people, then you need to be there when they need support. I
absolutely.
said this life is a two-way street, and we need to be real with it. Exactly. It's just,
Absolutely.
there ain't no room in this. There's just not no room in this world. Um, there's just no room in this world for hatred around the table, right?
Right.
There just ain't. I mean, you got. I just like to surround myself. You know, I just like to surround myself with people who really care, people that you can really trust, people that want to be there. Um, you know that care and you want to care for. That's I think that's what this life is about, and that is the people I like surrounding myself with. I like people that I know if I invite them into my house for a cup of coffee, you know we're gonna have a cup of coffee and maybe maybe laugh or maybe talk about something serious, but at the end of it, I'm supporting them as much as they're supporting me. I would, I would walk that extra mile for them. Sure, I would. But I like to know they're going to walk an extra mile for me as well. That's just the way I like a we thing, not a me thing.
Yeah, I've had friends like that. It's always them, and
Mm.
I know how that is.
A family's the worst. They are the worst to prey on you because they feel they can. They feel they can, and they don't respect. They expect. When
Yeah,
people start expecting, that's when you need to cut them off.
yeah. My mother passed away in January of 22, and my mother is the one who um, made me aware of Summer Wells, and she was at home on hospice for about a year, and we would watch uh, different programs on YouTube, and I kind of feel like this is my last connection with my mom, that I have to see this through about Summer, and
Now,
that's just how I feel. I feel this real bond, and I've shed many tears.
I'm sorry for your loss. I know
Thank
how hard it is, and I'm going to tell you. You know, when you lose someone, you have so much support around you at the beginning, but um, sometimes you need that support later down the road. I mean, I don't think people. It takes a while to get over things. All of us do it, on different levels, different time frames. But I think when it comes to like your mother or your dad, I don't. It does get easier, but it don't ever go away. That's something. That's a pain that we're going to have forever, because we need them to talk to. Sometimes sometimes you wish they were just there so you could talk with them. I mean, your parents were, you know sometimes you just have to. Once you lose your parents, I really do think it brings you closer to God, because you know God's the only one that you can talk to now, because you told your parents things that you wouldn't even talk to other people about, right? Your parents were, that was confidential talking, when you talk with your parents.
Yeah, there'll never be another person like that ever, ever
Absolutely
again.
not. Absolutely not. you know, so you find yourself in a situation that you so wish they were there. You so wish they was there, because now you only got God to talk to, right? About certain things. And you have a great void in your life. You feel that void many times of the loss of your parents like that.
Yeah,
So
my mother was sick for many years, and I cared for her, and I was her daughter and her caretaker. And when that is taken from you, your identity is like, well, I'm not Joyce's daughter anymore, and I'm not
oh,
worrying about.
you will always be her daughter. Always, for eternity, you're going to be her daughter. I mean, don't think that you're not her daughter anymore.
Well,
Oh,
it's like
yes, you are.
my identity, I guess, a big part of it is gone, you know, and just trying to figure out the next, I'm 60 now, and it's like the next chapter in my life. And going through the grief, it's a process, but,
That it is. That
you
it
know,
is. But you're the same person that you've always been. You still have your mother in your mind, soul, in your heart. She's not gone. She's just waiting for you on the other side,
Yeah.
you know, and you know, and she's still watching over you. Always she'll be watching over you. I mean, you can't tell me that, you can't tell me that there's not things that she told you or said to you that maybe she tell you, maybe your mother was one to say, make the bed, or maybe turn off the lights before, you go to bed, or check the stove or check the door. And you, once in a while, you'll hear her
Yeah, I
say,
hear my mother in Bible verses when things come up that bring me sorrow or or frustration or things like that. I can hear my mother say, what is it? Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. Things
amen.
like that. Yeah, things like that give me strength. And if it wasn't for my mother, I've been a Christian my entire life. I had the
Did she,
best mother ever.
did
So,
she quote the Bible? Did she quote the Bible to you?
yes.
Hmm. There you go. Like
Yeah.
I said, see, and as you said, you hear a voice leading
Mhm.
you in one scripture or the other. And she's still watching over you. She's still your mother. And and she, like I said, she'll always be there. You haven't lost your identity, because your identity is made up from the people surrounding you your whole life, and instilling all the good things into you, right? They instill, your identity is all the good people who have instilled all the beautiful things in you.
That's
and
so
and
true.
that is what has made you, right?
Yes.
That's the house that built you. So
I'm very blessed. Very, very
amen.
blessed.
Absolutely, girl. You certainly are. You certainly are. So yeah, you just I know it's hard, and like I said, sometimes we need people to talk to. You got me on Facebook. If you
Yeah.
just want to talk or whatever, just hit me up. Let me through chat, and hey, I talk to a lot of people through the chat, and we can conversate over there. Um,
That
you
sounds
know,
good. And I appreciate the words. I really do. I really appreciate it because I've kind of isolated myself for a while. And
right? Well,
but it's
girl,
so dang hot here in Texas. You can't go outside. I don't want to go outside.
your
So
work on this earth is not done. God left you here. You still got plenty of work to be doing. You got to get out there and do it. You got to get out there and enjoy this life that He gave you. You ain't got a whole lot left. So
I
what
know, and
what you have, make sure you you put it to good use, right?
right.
Get out
Well,
there and just enjoy
I've,
life.
I've I've bought me a little camper, and I've done all kinds of work on it. As soon as this heat breaks, I'm getting in that camper and I'm going
Where you heading to, girl?
somewhere cooler for sure.
I heard that. I heard
Yes, somewhere cooler. So, so
So
anyway,
you live in Texas?
yes, I live about an hour north of Houston.
Oh wow, close to Benny. Benny lives there too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Hmm.
Did not know that. No.
Yeah, he did. There was a little girl there in Texas. Some guy had gotten into the apartment and on her.
Right. That was in
And,
Pasadena. That's where my
right,
mother that's where my mother grew up and went to high school. My mother and my father.
right.
It's
And
terrible.
oh, they caught him. Thank God they caught him.
Yeah, they
Um,
caught him in Louisiana.
they actually had him in the. Well, I was wondering why Benny wasn't covering that. you know.
It kind of, they caught him quick. I mean, they
Oh,
caught
they
him.
did. Well, they had him in their custody, let him go, and then had to re-get him.
Oh,
Right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they had previously questioned him, and I don't know how they let that guy get out of their grips, but he did, and that was insane. But they had a $5,000 reward on his head, and in the Mexican community, because he was Mexican, um, in their community, trust me, they will definitely turn you in when you do something that evil to a child.
You know how he got in, from what I hear?
Knocked on the door and she opened it. I heard he had a key at
He had a
first.
key. He knocked on the door and she wouldn't open it, and she texted her dad, and he said, "Well, just not open the door." And then, from what I have heard bits and pieces of, is that there was a key in the driveway in the parking lot of the apartments, and that he went around and tried every lock, is what I heard, until he got in there.
Oh, wow.
That's
Wow.
bizarre.
That's insane, right?
Yep. Anybody
I
that
heard,
lost their key, they better change their
yeah,
lock.
at first I heard that he used a key. And then I heard that she was texting her dad and someone was at the door. So she went to answer the door, and he quit texting her because somebody was knocking, and she supposedly opened it for the person. And now I don't know, I'm not sure exactly how it went. We'll find out more, during this trial and everything.
This trial comes
Um,
up. Yeah.
right. That's one of the cases that I planned on looking back into. I try to, keep an eye on like Quentin's case and how it's going. And I usually post all of that stuff on Summer's Facebook, like what's going on as we find it out over there. Sometimes I'll bring it here, if I feel that, it's something that, you know, big or needs exposed. But just normal updates I try to get and post over there so that everybody can keep up, with what's going on. I understand that the trial, the Idaho 4, I understand that he's now trying to um, he was supposed to get what they call the speedy trial, and now he's pulled back on it.
Right.
So they
So
said,
no telling when it'll be now.
right. So they said now that, it could be a year out before he even comes up for trial. So, and I know why him and his lawyers are doing that, because they feel that, the farther down the road it gets, the better chance they have of possibly even getting him off. They think with time people forget.
I won't forget. A lot of
Mm-mm.
people won't forget.
No, no. I truly believe that, you know,
The best thing he could do is make a plea deal for life, or they're probably, if they find him guilty, I feel like he'll get the death penalty.
oh, yeah, possibility. A very good possibility. Um, I
Like
just,
that boy that hurt the girl in Pasadena. He's only 18 years old. And I mean, I wouldn't
19
be
was,
surprised here in Texas. It doesn't matter how young you are when you do something that horrific. They
right.
usually get the death penalty. Now, he'll probably sit on death row for 30 years, but Texas doesn't mess around with that.
Wow. I'm going to tell you. I think personally, I believe that anyone, you know, without a shadow of a doubt, I'm not, I don't, I can't say, I don't go along with the death penalty. I can't do that. The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the Lord. Um, so, but,
I don't know.
um,
Kenneth McDuff, I don't know if you're aware of him, but back in the 60s, he killed several women out of Austin. They gave him the death penalty. Then they ended up reversing the laws in Texas where there was no death penalty. He gets out of prison and he kills numerous more young women.
oh my God. That's like the Manson case. They were supposed to get it too, and the law had changed, so they didn't get put. That's the only reason that Charles Manson, got to die in prison. But if they would have, kept the death penalty um, firm,
Yeah.
he would never made it as long as he did. So yeah, unbelievable.
So I don't know. I mean, I've always been for the death penalty, but if I actually had to go and be a juror, I can't say really how I would feel until I was in that position.
I'm all for it. I'm all for just handing the person over to the family.
Yeah, if law enforcement would
Make it
allow
their
that,
choice.
yeah,
Amen. Right?
yep.
Right? I mean, I don't know. I think I'm the type of person that would go in and say, Your Honor, I really think you should just let this person go. Right? I think you should turn them loose, turn them free, let them go. Do me
Yeah,
that favor.
let
I
the
would
family.
really appreciate it.
Yeah,
I'd meet them outside.
a lot of crimes, especially rape and things like that, some of them don't get reported because they're scared to death. Their families will go and kill them, and then their family will live in prison the rest of their lives. You
Yeah,
know,
you know, I
I
don't know.
had I have an aunt who, God rest her soul, but she had a boyfriend years ago in Pasadena, and he was kind of a bad seed. He was. He ended up shooting her in the face and exploded all of her molars down into her neck.
Oh
And
my God.
she just, she would not tell the truth, PG. She never would tell the truth about what happened. She said that she was reaching in the closet to get her pistol and it fell and went off because she was scared that my grandfather would kill him.
Wow.
And he would have. You know what I mean? And then my granddad would be in jail. So that's a shame. I mean,
Well, he would if nobody helped him clean it up. Right?
yeah. It wasn't until years and years later, after my grandfather passed away, that we actually got the truth out of my aunt that he did do that. So he never served one day in jail for that. But God will get him.
Well, sometimes we think, sometimes being a good person, being a Christian and everything, that we think that, that these evil people get away with everything. They seem to have such this easy life and all of this and that. But, trust and believe.
God sees everything.
I'm going to tell you something. Their life ain't easy anyway. I mean, what you think and what is way two different things. Trust me, it's way two different things. I mean, if you really could get into their skin for just a second, if you could get in their skin, you would realize how fucking ate up, corrupted. horrible and broken down they truly are.
Yeah.
I mean, they are not any way, form, or how living the great life that the devil wants you to believe they're living. Absolutely not.
Yeah, you
No.
have a point there.
So they
Well,
suffer. They suffer here just being in that skin, and they're going to suffer, greatly in hell if they don't get on their knees and change their way at some point, right? And that can be, you know, a great distraction in a Christian's mind as well. Thinking that these evil people might actually, get into heaven, right? Um, but that ain't the way we should think. That isn't the way we should think. We really need to have what they call the greater love, and hope they do change their way. Hope they do make it, no matter how evil they are, right? That's how we need to believe, because that's the way God wants us to believe. And that's the best way to believe anyway. It really is. It helps a lot to be the bigger person, and know that God loves you enough to allow you to be that bigger person.
yeah.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to go out of here. It has. I seen where someone said it has really been a sad night tonight, and I do have to agree. It has. It has been a sad, sad night tonight. Absolutely, but
Say, weeping may endure for the night, but joy cometh in the morning.
amen, amen.
Good night,
Or
PG. Good night,
good night.
everybody in chat. I enjoyed my time with you, PG.
Hey, I appreciate you coming up, hon, and I definitely checked that block list for you.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. God
I
bless
see.
everyone.
I see you on Facebook.
Okay, darling. Thank you. Bye
Good
bye.
night. God bless. Much love.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah. Well, I can do a little bit of happiness for you as we're going out of here. Let's see this, because people have supported the channel tonight. I didn't give you a meme, so let's watch Don and his besties. Let's go, boys. Oh boy, Don's got a whole drawer full of those bloomers, don't he? A whole drawer full. Oh, look at him get excited. Oh shit. Oh my gosh. Every time I see this, I wonder, does them panties belong to Grandis, or is she there for the same reason they are? Right? Makes me wonder. I gotta wonder about that one. Right? And Donald, he got a whole drawer. He's a happy man. He's a happy man. He gets happy every time he sees this, just thinking about that drawer full of bloomers, I bet. Right? He'd be getting all happy and shit. Paige showing my dream. She is showing my dream right now. A whole drawer full of them suckers. Well, Donald, you know what? You're going to have a drawer full of underwear when they put you in those handcuffs and stick you where you belong. Right? Pruitt to do it. Right? He'll be glad. He'll be glad to do it. Absolutely. He's going to be so happy when he is able to get up there and slap those beautiful bracelets upon all three of your all's wrists. Right? Then Grandis will be getting all the bloomers. She'll have a door for her where she's going. It'll be all women there. Right? She'll definitely have the panty drawer instead of you, Dawn. Right? There you go. There you go. Let's take it. Let's take a look at Candace. Let's look at Candace when Ronnie's coming to get her. Oh, wait a minute, girl. Wait a minute. Ronnie wants you. Where you going? Where you going? Oh, she gone. It ain't gonna work like that when they come though. Right? Ain't gonna work that way. Nope. She ain't gonna get away with that shit. Not at all. But yeah, I truly believe that the Wells are guilty as hell in all of this. That's my opinion. And I'm damn welcome to it, right? I'm damn welcome to it. And it ain't just PG's opinion alone. That is the opinion of so many people. I truly believe that's the opinion of Summer's whole army. You know, anybody that's been in this case for any length of time understand that whatever happened on 110 Ben Hill Road, and it happened with Candace, Grandis, and Don Wells on the watch, right? They were the three there. They haven't looked for Summer. Why? Because they already know where she's at. They already know exactly what happened. That's why they haven't done a thing to help find her, right? That's why they've played their games the way they played, done all the things they've done. Yes, they do. Absolutely. Jody Sue, you wanted to see if I could help you with a few things about Summer. If you want to take a link, Jody Sue, and come up, I'll be more than glad to. Hear what you want to do. I'm always glad to help with Summer. Absolutely. If I could help in any way, I would be more than. I know tonight was a busy night, but hey, if it comes to Summer, I've always got time. I've always got time. Did she rather come up like tomorrow night or something? I also run Summer's Facebook. If Jody Sue wants to talk to me there, if she wants, if she all she has to do is make a friend request to it, and I can chat with her over there as well, if that's what she would prefer. The dingiest people I've ever seen. Yeah, I got to agree with that. I do got to agree with that. It is what it is. I do have to agree with that. Mrs. Daisy only put up with. Oh, she's had her Facebook closed down for over a year. Okay. Well, if you don't want to come up tonight and talk about it, we can do it tomorrow night, Jody Sue. But if it's for summer, I am absolutely positively, I've always got time. I'm in back chat. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Do you want me to let you up? Okay, I'm gonna bring you up, hon. That's you, Jody Sue? Oh yeah, it's you. All right. I just want to make sure. I'm gonna bring you up, hon.
Yeah, it's me. I was back there earlier, but I figured maybe you didn't. Because the name.
Oh yeah, I didn't bring you up because I didn't know the name. I didn't know it was you. I thought it was someone else. And I usually don't look at back chat because there's always something ugly back there.
Yeah, usually. Do you have I was wondering if you and your chat could help me maybe with a vote?
Yeah, why not?
Do you have the video of the of Summer in the back seat that day?
Yeah, I do. You want me to pull it up?
Yeah, it's one of those. It's probably one of the more difficult things for me to watch. There have been a few times, I've been to it. To gather other things out of it, like, enhancing the side mirror to see if and what's behind, if the sky looked the same as it did that day around the same time, type of thing. But there's something that hit me the other night when I was kind of driving through Beach Creek and Greenville and stuff and whatever, right? And I was trying to time some things, and I was windows down, enjoying tunes and zoned out. And I think it's something I've thought quite a bit before, but I was just wondering if you could play the vid, but sort of stop it about the time the sunshine hits, and the camera angle goes down and hits Candace's shorts and the very tip end of her shirt.
Okay, let me. Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you all tell if that is a dark blue, like a jet navy, or if that is a black tank top? Because I know everybody's always been like blue, but I don't know.
Looks black to me. It looks black to me.
She still got her arm up?
No.
Oh, that's what I was trying to catch. But...
Hold on. Right there. It looks black to me. I mean, it could be a dark blue, but it looks black.
Navy blue. It's gonna maybe show up on the upper half as the black color, right? But at the bottom where the sunshine hits, it should show that it's navy or has a navy tint as opposed to black. But to me, I still pick up black.
Yeah, what color you guys think it is? Put it in the chat. What color you think it is? If you think it's black, put black. If you think it's blue, put blue. Most saying black. They're saying black.
And this place has always said blue, so I've never paid attention, right?
Right.
I always thought, well, and it's not been one of the parts that I've paid attention to, but.
Had she changed shirts that day? Did you take note what kind of shirt she was wearing when she came out of the driveway?
Yeah, my mind says she was wearing the shirt that she's wearing in her first interview with Dawn on WJHL, in her first interview that's turned inside out, that she wore for so many days in a row after summer vanished. Yes.
So she didn't have this particular top on.
And I don't think so, PG, no.
Oh, damn. Well, that makes a big difference.
Well, it really doesn't, though. When I've thought about it, it doesn't mean she couldn't have changed.
Yeah, but you don't understand. She don't change.
Well, now, here's the thing. Can you also tell me what you think about her hair there? Does that look like, say your hands have been run through a few times, it has oils in it, you've been out in the sun, the car, sweat, little heat? Because the heat that day out in the city where they were running around would have been a lot.
She still got her arm up?
No.
Oh, that's what I was trying to catch.
No, her hair doesn't look like she's been sweating to me.
I mean, her hair never lays flat like it's gonna stick down or nothing, but. And see, I don't understand why she doesn't have her hat on. It might just be because of the wind, but it depends. But the blue shirt from the interview is an entirely different color and could not be mistaken for the one she has on in that video. But I thought, well, maybe the shadowing has always made it look darker, so that's the same blue shirt. And I just took everything online. I never thought, until the other night. I was like, well, you need to go check that out for yourself. And I was like, wait the fuck, And
She
then
looks like she has red shorts. Seems to have red shorts on.
See, I don't know what color shorts she had on, because I don't know, I might have law enforcement would have my first statements on that, because I think they did ask those questions. Maybe. Okay? Maybe. I hope they asked that. And I don't want to get anything mixed up. You know what I mean? But I know that it wasn't a dark black shirt that I seen her wearing that day.
That does look black. The seats are black.
No.
And that shirt looks black.
But look right there on the strap. See right there? It does look like a dark navy blue. But that is not the light blue one that she wore quite frequently and I thought, that's why early on I thought, that shirt she's wearing at all the pieces and everywhere right now, and even in person, it means something to her, even though she's not sentimental, Negro Mar, everything's disposable, it means something. So I thought, well, that means, less chance of being involved in anything, you know what I mean?
What really bugged me is, you see the way she's gripping that steering wheel? She's really, that one hand, if you take note, the hand to the right, as you're staring at the screen, the hand to the right, she is gripping that sucker so tight that you can actually see where her hand is, is actually popping up. Right there.
A driver, to me, that wouldn't be anything.
Usually you don't grip a steering wheel like that unless something pulls out in front of you, or you've got something on edge.
Around that particular section, it's the curb area, so she's going to have to be turning pretty sharply. So that was probably the hand swap going around.
I don't know.
But the left one's more lax. So either way, it,
She just seems to keep that one hand really tight as hell for some reason. If you
She still got her arm up?
see how tight that hand is.
Oh, that's what I was trying to catch. But she still got her arm up?
No.
Oh, that's what I was trying to catch. But
That video was needed. That, if you take, let me pop it back up here, because if you take note, you can clearly tell that's, come on.
she still got her arm up?
No.
Oh, that's what I was trying to catch. But
You can clearly tell in this video that Summer's arm there's no way her arms were above her head. Both arms above her head, absolutely not.
well, there was a picture that went with the video at some point, but now
She's laying on her arm.
they.
She is definitely laying on that arm. The one hand there, she could have had her arm up, but the other one, she's laying on it. There is just no way in hell she had two arms up laying on that milk the way she did. And not only that, but the milk would catch her other arm anyway. Right?
I don't know, PG.
And what did you think about this milk not being sold at the store they tried to say they got it from?
They actually had, like, at the time even, I was like, they don't sell, because that's like, the Prairie Farms is like my go-to, because Walmart's taking over all the dairy stuff and paying them less and all that, and making these farmers go under, right? So I try to buy Prairie Farms or Mayfield, keep the little guys just a little more. But for the longest time, I'd be ticked if I had to go to Priceless get milk, just because, like, for starters, their coolers sucked at that point. I'm talking nothing was cold in them anyway, but and also they didn't carry Prairie Farms. Now I heard tell from others they carried them up on the upper price list, but not this one there. But then they had started selling Prairie Farms at this one, and I was unaware. But yeah, they had started selling Prairie Farms there, but they kept selling out so quick at first until they got used to the sales going. At, I think a lot of people didn't realize, just like I didn't, because it was the empty. You know what I mean?
Right. So they were able to get that milk there.
And I think I actually probably have messages because of my own milk preferences between Iron Monster, and I believe when Iron Friends and Locals were talking about this whole milk thing very early on, because the reason this video bothers me so bad to watch is we would open up the summer Facebook groups, the first few online, and just because of who we were, even if we didn't open up anything, our algorithms would show us stuff, and people were doing some very sick things with that video. And the still frames from it, they were altering some, make her look bruised, bleeding, deceased.
Yeah, I remember that going on.
And I remember opening my phone one day, and there it was. There was nothing I could do about it, and it just, man, it haunts.
Right. There was a lot of tampering. A lot of tampering with the videos. I remember that. And you had to go track down the original video or the original pictures to show that, hey, this ain't, there was one particular lady that had sent me something on the side of the road, trying to say it was summer.
They make me sick, PG. They really do.
And
Some
I had to, I wouldn't even entertain it on Summer's regular live. I waited till after her regular live and had a separate live in order to handle that. And boy, did it piss me off, because you could clearly tell that that had been just been fucking done for I don't know what reason. And oh man, did it. Yeah, I was really pissed. And they actually used a photo. I was able to come by the original photo on that, I believe, and showed it. And it just made me so pissed off that someone would do such a and that woman really got pissed off at me too. She really, it like we were supposed to buy that shit, or I was supposed to entertain that shit. No, absolutely not. This stuff isn't about click, likes, and views. It's not about you know super stickers, super chats, Venmos, cash. It's not about that. This is about a little 5-year-old girl who needs to be found. She needs to be brought home, and she needs justice served against the people that done this to her. That's what it's about. And nothing more, nothing less. It's about these missing children, these abused children. And, I just wish people could quit being so evil. You don't have to make shit up. You don't have to lie to kick it. Right?
I wish that every day right here on these streets.
It's hard. It's hard being out here, Jody. So it's hard dealing with with all the hate and the evilness and all the turmoil and everything going on. It's hard.
And how people are so easily, and I went through this for years, the political environment, I used to rail against it, but so I know, but every day it's still hard going how are so many people misled and fed so much misinformation and obvious blatant lies, or just
absolutely.
And then they base their opinions on everything based on garbage. It's clearly not summer related, but targeting on purpose related, and they buy that, and they don't even bother to put anything together after that. It's disheartening because it does cause chaos in and around Summer's case and waste agents' time.
That's but that's what Donnie and Candace wanted. That they wanted that chaos. They wanted that hatred. They got literally set back and got off on all this.
You hear Mullen and Benny talking openly about how they're targeting people and they're blocking and Tim's like,
right.
Yeah, Joe, and nobody's real, and they're even willing to get. I know Ernie's Ernie, okay, but they're even willing to get him killed or harmed or to push him to unalive because of.
Right.
You've seen how hard they stay on him, and I watched him. PG, I have evidence that they literally tried to set him up with fake evidence to be called and stuff, trying to get people and to make him look like he was guilty of doing something this summer. I also watched them and have evidence that these people in this group tried to do the same to Candace, though, and to get people to call it. I mean, it's just. But then also you have C&D Airplane, and it's like you said, and it's like Dawn did it again, in my opinion, with Cher earlier last night or the day before, whatever, but he's talking about Nana. He's like, man, well, right? Nonchalant about her pain. I understand none of us are I mean, I know she was no fan of mine. It wasn't hers, but I will do what I can and send over, even if it's just a few dollars to her family. But the thing is that as soon as he says, he's like, oh well. But then hear all these conversations. He's like, well, I ain't really got anything good to say. She was against us and put all this stuff out, right? I'm like, what? But I
Wow.
know the calls existed between him and Nana, where and I know they were contacting her and using her when it was convenient for them,
Mm,
and things, and they wanted her help when it was convenient to them, right?
mm, right.
And uh, I'm like, okay then, all right. But then as soon as he says that to Cher, what he says after that is, well, common sense, true crap. They're being mean. They put down bad stuff because Cher asked him who else. And he's like, I don't know how it went. It was right there with one. It was like the same sentence, basically. And
Right.
he's like, well, I'll look into that. So
Oh,
it's really a vague hint on it going on an attack. You know what I mean? You know what's going to happen. Just like
mm,
out in the open. Yeah, we were asked to do these things to all of y'all. You know? And
right.
don't direct people that were putting out stuff or saying things, or people who, I mean, why would you do that?
I'm going to tell you why he did it. He did it to keep the focus off of him and Candace and Grandis. That's why they've done it the whole time. They wanted to put it on Andy. They wanted to put it on you. They wanted to put it on your boy. They wanted to put it on Fred. They wanted to put it on Dobbs. They wanted to put it on Dudley. They wanted to put it on anything and everybody to keep it off themselves. You know why? Because
Oh,
they're scared to death of going to see Summer's cases. The case is going to put them in fucking prison.
PG. I watched them, and by dark on June 15th, I knew they were slinging mud and Joe like always. I've always been of the opinion they were trying to set up. Somebody was.
Oh yes.
Somebody for sure inside of that road was trying to set others up. I think there's something up with and it's like, there's, to me, but the thing is, a couple of those parties definitely had their faces right in social media instantly, and I think they were watching each other, and I don't know, I know what I heard and seen in real time, and I initially just thought, well, it's C&D, even if they're not guilty, they know they could look so guilty, they'll get charged. But damn, what are they doing, though? Those are other people's lives, man. And they never, to me, because we were questioning about people, right? That they would throw out, or YouTube would give them, or whatever social media crap they were doing at first. And those like Squall and others, we would be asked about. And then to eventually end up here months and months later and realize once you're able to view what they were truly doing, it was like, whoa, so that's where half of these things we were being asked about, or C&D were asking us about themselves, and the road we're coming from was social media? Are you kidding me? And then it wasn't true curiosity, it was always to sling it out, but everybody I knew of them slinging crap out at were people like Allie, Dudley, all these other things that didn't make sense. And it's like, and then here they go in the papers, and it went from bad neighbor, which was a hint at Fred, to bad neighbors, and they only hang around the good church people. I'm like, it wasn't just me. It's the whole community. It's like, excuse us, MFers, you know, and still get that salts some people's asses in there. And it gets mentioned quite a bit, but I've yet to hear Don or Kansas like really. They get like much like Fred. It's always the dead guy. It's always this. It's somebody from You notice how it's always a guy from a newspaper article, and they purposely like make it like the one like he argued somebody, but he didn't, and they do all this salacious stuff, and it's never actually. Have you ever heard Don get on here and list his actual like connects or Knoxville folks or his bad friends or all the people that they've had living on that property or truly visiting, which I know for a fact they're leaving out. You ever heard them slinging at them openly online? No, online what they're doing. It ain't just those of us who speak. So that implies to me it's not because we're speaking that they're trying to do that or that this place is. It's that most of what I see being tampered with this in this way are those closest to that road, the life, the whispers.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Might have been too close to know something that might make keys fall loose somewhere, you know? It's not true suspects. It's not true whatever, right? And to know that,
You know, okay, everybody can be a suspect, but they are the number one. Don, Candace, and Grandis are number one suspects. And you know, law enforcement didn't ever leave the hill. Law enforcement, you know, I truly believe that when they first showed up there, they thought they was going to find them. You know, they thought they was going to find a missing little girl somewhere out there in the wooded area where she wandered off to. They thought for sure they was going to find this child somewhere because they didn't realize the evil that they were dealing with in the wells. They didn't realize that the wells were such horrible, evil people, and and dirty fucks that they are. So basically, you know, when law enforcement came up in there, it didn't take them long. You know, once they searched for Summer, it didn't take them long to realize, to turn around and understand there's something fucking. I bet you, the very next day when Candace didn't go to law enforcement the way she's supposed to, and they had to come up there and get her ass, I bet you 10 to 1 they knew right then that these fucks were guilty. Absolutely.
my understanding it was that first night she was taken to. But I don't know. Because you can't trust what the hell they're saying after them, you know, but
She wasn't taken to law enforcement that night. They told Don, Candace, and Grandis, all three, to come up there to law enforcement the next day. Candace wasn't even outside, keeping up with everything. She was hiding inside with the telephone, making phone calls like a teenage fucking kid instead of being out there worried about her daughter and looking for a daughter like a normal mother would have with a missing daughter. Candace didn't have a missing daughter because she already knew what happened.
yeah, we knew when Robin and Show. I mean, like, you know, even though we didn't know who they were at the time, sir, but then later in the night, seeing them go up the hill one behind each other. And then at that point, yeah, and realizing who they were, what they're associated with, it's like, great, they've got a baby blanket in here, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason they're keeping him around him is because the church people will make them look good.
Right.
We knew that. It was pre-instance, like Dawn suddenly getting religion that night. It's like, here we go, just like crack runs, you know.
Exactly.
Nothing
Exactly.
new.
They were hiding behind, you know, Don and Candace and Grandis, they're not religious. They hide behind religion, but they're not, they're freaking evil.
Candace hates church and stuff. Now all of a sudden she's religious. She's like, what is going on?
Exactly.
Even while summer, everything's going on very early and everything, even Candace was rolling her eyes at Dawn and the religious stuff. And it was like, even she was like, that's too much. It's like, ain't it though? And like, you know, now all of a sudden she's religious too. I'm like, what? Now you're with cows? Okay, whatever.
Right. That's true. It is true. I'm going to tell you. Jody Sue is absolutely right on that one. But Donnie, you know, Don and Candace have absolutely fought to keep the focus off of them. they knew that Summer's case is the case that would put them in prison. That's why Don didn't mind talking about the Utah case once he researched and made sure that it wasn't going to put him in prison. Then he's like, whoa, I can use this to take the focus off of Summer and Summer's case. You know, that was not what he was wanting to talk about. Period. And when people would ask him to talk about Summer, I mean, he was like, well, you know, she twirled and twirled and twirled. And then the next thing you know, he done went off somewhere else, right? He done went off somewhere else because he really wasn't trying to. And they would literally, if you took note, they would literally have to ask him, hey, Donald, people's wanting to know a little bit of, I mean, Jose had no problem talking about Summer, right? Allie didn't have a problem talking about Summer. Jody Sue didn't have a problem talking about Summer. Even Fred had no problem talking about Summer. Nobody had a problem talking about these children, but who? Their own parents, right? Donald would talk about the boys all day, but he didn't want to talk about Summer. Why? Because Summer is the topic that can get his ass put in prison along with Grandis and Candace. That's why. That's exactly why.
Well, for me, like, what's weird for me, though, is Fred in person would call her Summer, right? But then as the days went by, it's like he was using more distant language. And then, like, I hear him speaking Ziggy even recently and things, he's calling her. And even in his interviews that, you know, I'm catching more and more clips of, because I've never watched him in their entirety. I have no need to. I know he was screwing with it. But either way, and I know it's like I don't care, right?
Right.
And the more that you want to talk about whatever, you know, it's everybody's choice. But either way, Fred and even like her first interviews, like the little girl and it's there, and I'm like, man, why? And Fred probably had more contact with Summer than almost anyone I could think. At least he should have over the years. And they were really close friends. I don't care what either one to say now. But even Fred, the first day Summer vanished, was like, man, Don's been sketchy with me for months. You know, like something's changed. Like he's mad at me, whatever. He's been avoiding me. Whatever, you know, we used to talk about. I'm really close. Fred was pretty like, what is up with this dude? And he really thought Don was trying to set him up. And as you can hear Don say, Don was going to go get stuff and Planet. I don't know, but which is stupid.
And no doubt Don wasn't. No doubt Don wasn't. I mean, he was trying to set Andy up because he told me, he said, I'm going to go over here to a neighbor's house. He said, this guy.
It's just like I know about that.
He said, I believe that this guy had something to do with my daughter disappearing. And I was like, what? And then he said, yeah, and he's got a wife, and he was talking about you. And
still living in there. He was talking to you,
right? Yeah. He said he's coming over there. He's going to talk to Andy. He's going over to see this neighbor. He said, and because he believed that this guy had something to do with his daughter disappearing.
And we were talking to him every day, including that night. Why would he be like, I'm going over here to talk to this guy? I think he had something to do with it.
Yeah, exactly. He did.
Fred and going to kick in the door, dude. When him and Fred were talking just fine in the road, and Don went like, hey, man.
Exactly.
But he's telling you all, he's like, oh, this guy, this big bad meth head. I'm going to hear
he was sicking everybody on all these other people to get the focus off of him. And it didn't take me long to realize what he was doing, because law enforcement actually came up there and they told him about the yellow car, and they told him that, you know, yeah, it was speeding, but it had nothing to do with Summer's case.
And
They
he still continues with that
and
garbage.
he went on Cher's Live. I'm not sure if it was that particular night. I think it was that very same night. He went on Cher's Live.
Yeah.
And he threw that yellow car under the fucking bus. And I said, why did you do that? Why did you do that? But, you know, and then I just, you know, I knew why he did it. I just wanted him to tell me why he did it. You know, I mean, I knew the second he did it, I knew this motherfucker wants to get the focus off of him and onto something else. And but I needed to ask him. I needed to ask him about it, right? And he didn't want to
Well,
talk about it. He didn't want to talk about it. I said, why? You know that car had been cleared. Why did you do it? Why did you throw that car under the bus?
yeah.
I knew what he did.
You know, he's told the world, yeah, the cops said Dudley had alibis. Even Don said that. Then he gets on Cher's just like, what, last night before? And him and Cher are like, oh, Dudley ain't been cleared. Everybody's suspect. Even Jody said whatever. And he's like, yeah, they're never going to clear her. Matter of fact, Benny's done a clip on him and TM to try to make me look whatever. It looks like, I'm like, okay, so, you know, that actually turns around and bites Dawn and Candace in the ass, not me. But I think me and TM and Cher think it's funny, and I'm just like, well, I guess if Don and Candace and them want to move their timeline again, and Benny and TM and Cher want to be like, but it makes Jody Sue look, so let them do it. I don't care. I'm laughing about it.
My thing is, how many times has TBI been knocking at your door asking you about a timeline and all the questions that they've been doing, Candace?
The only times they have really been here is when Benny and Cher and Candace and them want to play hoaxes and lie and twist things, or Candace and no one acts stupid like they didn't know these things in person or the truth of them, and then lie to Cher and Benny and them about them, and then those two play games, and then it brings the feds out. Or when this place and chasing and all them went haywire with the BS about the weed over there to the kids. That's about it. And that was nonsense too. And you know, but it's been about their stupid games and these creators they have target or cleanse for them that's ridiculous to me.
And did he ever come and kick your door in?
No.
Yeah, well, they kicked the Wells in, and
I'll tell you,
then
one day they show up. It's because of something goofy Benny had gotten Candace doing, whatever. But then she ends up with you and Benny, and she moves her timeline back to 4:30. And I was just finding that happen, and the FBI was standing here, and I was like, "Holy!" You know, because I happened to have my phone still where I was on live, and I shut it down because I seen that they pulled in. But then I was like, "Wait, what?" And it was where it was playing where she had moved her timeline back to 4.
Oh yeah.
And they were like, give us the link now. And they left. It was so whatever game, I remember them telling me whatever was up. I think I do that stupid purse bullshit debate. I don't remember. And it was some other goofy shit game, BK and her and everybody were playing.
Wow.
It ends up being we know they're bullshitting, so fuck it. Wasn't even really messed with about any of that. Just told everything was fine. But as soon as like they seen her move that shit back, they were like, "What the? Give us the link and peace. Talk to you later."
Wow.
So, what Benny and Candace thought they were doing, playing games, backfired on them. I don't know what to tell them.
Absolutely.
And I know what they're moving for right now, which is
law enforcement says that they know for a fact that she came out of that driveway twice. They said that, I guess that's on video. A neighbor, turned in a trail cam that actually caught Candace coming past there on 2 different time frames, twice that day.
I'm sure.
And she lied and said she only came out when you saw her and she was looking for Summer talking to Donald on the phone. Well, that's a lie. She came out of that driveway before that, and they know for a fact she did.
Are you positive of that? That actually happened? She went to the police. That's what they told her,
She
or was she doing a
she
show?
she went Donald. She went to law. She went to the police station. He took her because
Yeah.
she has a problem with um she's afraid of the law.
No.
She breaks down with the law. But they called her in and she had to show up and she went there to speak with them and that's what they told her. They told her that they know for a fact she did. 2 detectives told her they know for a fact that she came out twice that day.
You know
And
what
she told them that she didn't come out of there twice, that she came out once when when she was talking to Donald, she saw you. I guess after they had supposedly been looking around the property up there. So
though that she had perfect signal to come all the way down the driveway talking to Dawn, but she had to go to the churches reportedly and stuff to try to get signal and all. She said stop sign too talking. And then Don initially was like the reason he went down towards the road was because he knew Summer was still missing because nobody, including Candace, had called him back to let him know Summer was found, so he knew she was still missing. Then his story later changes to him and Candace were on the phone the whole time. Bull. There is no way that's possible. I don't care what phones, apps, texts, messengers they were using. Nah.
exactly. I'm going to tell you something. There's a whole lot of bullshit and lying in all of this. And Don and Candace and Grandis. Well, Grandis has pretty much, I can't say that Grandis, yes, she has lied. But what I'm saying is for the most part, she's just trying to hide, stick that head in the sand and keep her ass hanging out. And that's about all. But Don and Candace, they have done nothing but one lie after the other, one lie after the other. I mean, these 2 mother freakers have done nothing but lie and play games and fuck around. And how
like they come here and Dawn says now, well, they came to social media to find help for their daughter. Man, the best help in the world was right outside their front door. But, even if they came here to spread awareness, right? What they came out here immediately doing was lying about roadblocks, lying about the community knowing, lying about bad neighbors / whatever. It was to create chaos.
Jody Sue, you know for a fact that if that was your child, if Summer would have been your child and this happened, you know for a fact that the law enforcement couldn't have kept you out of them fucking woods if you thought she was there. They couldn't have kept you from going in there. You would have been in there no matter what. I mean, they would have had to restrict.
In all fairness, my neighbors would have allowed me to search their properties and not felt the way about it. C&D, they're not going to allow on their lands and properties because they know the games they're playing and have been since June 15th. And they hear from all of us going, man, and they can see on the internet, and, they ain't dumb. They can watch Candace 2 before a vigil by a bubble, and then suddenly it's busted in my driveway. And I'm lucky in the fact that I reported that to detectives immediately. And then there's the cam, race, all these other things, and I heard it. I heard it being done. I'm not a dumb girl. I know what Don was doing before that and what he was trying to have the boys do and how his ass was on fire. He knew that bubble was there. he knew somebody busted it. They were up to something in that roadway I watched, and it's like, man, and then out here's just a bigger version. And I honestly think, because like when that marathon was going, that scamathon, I remember telling Candace, I'm like, look, these people online, I just now become aware of them. They're trying to raise money. It seems like a good idea. And I thought it was time. I didn't realize the stats on that, which shows that reward funds rarely lead to, anything, because most people do the right thing when it concerns children, regardless of money. So either way, but at the time I thought the first 2 or 3 days was a good idea until you realize what kind of criminals you come in contact with her. But Candace made it seem like they didn't even know anything about this group or anything, or were attached to anything. And then I find out later on they indeed are attached to the marathon stuff and merch to all these other things. And I'm like, and then they're being and visiting within just a couple weeks of it shutting down. And I really wonder if some of it sometimes doesn't lead all the way back, considering some of the other creators here were up on that hill and with them very early on, if not before. And they're the ones with the first ideas for that marathon. And Dawn started calling for, oh, don't take the marathon, which or not the marathon, but her reward away. And I agree with that. I don't think 6 months was long enough. But then to know that when you can put all these pieces together as you're trying to hit the ground running, you're like, and you find out and go backwards, you're like, okay, so here's him calling for her thing to be extended, which is fine. Even I was like, but I didn't know they were involved in the group. I didn't know that, all these others around them in person were the ones with the first ideas to the marathon. I didn't know all this stuff. And I really wonder, because a lot of this was being done before we ever went public, you know what I mean?
Right.
And before I made my first videos, they obviously had contact with YouTube and these people long before we ever came public. And then here it all is, they are actually touching on it. And I really wonder if the plan wasn't to set up people and collect that reward.
Oh, wow.
By somebody, including some of these creators. And they definitely, like, you have Carl jumping up and down.
Well, I'm going to tell you what Donald said to me. He was at work. He was at the job site. And I was talking to him. And he told me, I asked him, I said, because he called and, I said, hello, what's up? Because, his number's on the phone. And he said, not much. And I said, where you at? And he says, at work. He was at the workplace. And I said, why are you working?
Now, was this before or after the boys were taken?
And that was after the boys had been removed. And I said, why are you at work? I would suspect you'd be home with, law enforcement always. Candace was really freaking out because law enforcement was coming up there a lot. And, almost to the point, it didn't pay Don to go to work because he was running right back home. And because law enforcement would be there. And on the timeline. And they done told him to write down the timeline.
I know from what they've said online and otherwise, they've always been like, oh, cops, FBI told us to get our timelines together. They don't add up.
Right? No, it wasn't adding up. And no matter how I tried to add it up, it wouldn't add up either. So I can understand what the cops were talking about. And there was time missing. Like, there definitely was time missing in all of their shit.
You really don't know what Candace and Dawn have ever told Ellie. Because if it was that bad, I'm sure they'd be in shackles by now. at some point they had to get something together that semi flew for at least however long, you know what I mean? But and then them out here playing games could just be them out here playing games and trying to benefit anyway. And that's the problem. I'm always stuck at chicken or the egg. But I do have other suspects, other things, other fires, puzzles, and I won't call them guilty, but I know for me that if Dawn is responsible, then Summer's alive out here. And that bothers me greatly because I don't know every day what's happening to her. Y'all, am I here alone or did I go down? Someone showed me my picture, but over here it's showing me mine and PG's. I don't know what happened. I'm alone. PG kicked herself off. Oh no. PG disappeared. So anyway, guys, I don't know. No, I don't know. I hold hope. I hold hope every day that Summer is out here somewhere alive. So yeah, I think so too. Are you for real? Obviously, and it bothers me that every day she could be with the worst things happening. 'Cause we all know that. I think that it wouldn't be Disney World, right? And meanwhile, if that's the case, and C and D or anybody know that, and they're playing games, and these creators have any idea that that could be a possibility, and they're doing all of this, and she's out here every day, then they suck. I don't know where PG went. PG kicked herself off. And I think if I go, it means her stream will shut down. So I'll give her a minute. She might come back. I don't know. No, SL, I really don't. Although I will agree with CM, the boy definitely has a history with sheds and weirdness. But no, I don't think so. No, Sarah, I don't. I don't. And I still think the dogs are somehow part of something. But I don't think if she's in there that she's inside the, you know, I mean, like she's in the, you know, like in Beach Creek that she's on C&D's property. No. And for me, I think with the window that I think she truly vanished in, I think if it were certain people and the way they drive and what they would have possibly been driving, I think that Summer would be within, I don't want to say up to a 15-minute thing away, but I want to say at least 7 either direction, and it gives 7 minutes to return, but maybe as far as 15 minutes out and 15 to return, which would put it between like Bayleton exits, but you can still go as far away as like Kingsport here and the 26 ramp in that amount of time. But this route has more cams. If it's somebody knowledgeable of the area, they're more likely to take towards Bayleton. It has less cams in a way, and problem is, even a stranger, I mean, they can hit the interstate in that amount of time too. I don't know. But unbeknownst to you all in the world, I do take those drives often time to go back over to try to think, to try to have something jog loose to anything. But it's also still like it's always been. It's even since I was a kid and first learned to drive, I mean, it's one of my favorite places to drive through, but now it just holds so many memories. It's very heavy. Right? When I was young, I mean, you drive through there, windows down, radio blaring, you have peace and quiet. But now it's filled with so many questions, and then obviously life and nightmares and all these other things, you know, as you take the drive. And there's no peace with it either. But fires burn, the drive helps. Mm, no, the closest one would, well, there's one directly across the mountain here. Like, I can go right across the mountain and hit it right off the exit ramp, right? It would be near the old Stonegate Walmart and all, it's right there. Um, but that's because of location. If they're out, I mean, and near the horse pond and stuff anyway, that Walgreens, it's pretty close to here too, but you know, it's right there at the horse. Like the Sonic, the entrance to Warriors and the horse pond and the Walgreens are right there. And I mean, like you can, you know, where the cows had their sister fight during Summer's first vigil and taking up cash apps, put names on the balloons and all that, they couldn't release. That Food City that she's waiting in with the air for her husband to come get her after one cow drops the other cow off. You can see the Sonic, the tire store, the car wash, all that, and the Walgreens is directly. I mean, they're right there within feet of each other. So I just Yeah, exactly, Miss DC. I do think that. And I think often, I know it seems absurd to most because of, Mr. I have 7 alibis and Starlink and Candace is going down. But I think, honestly, if you think about it,
Sorry about that, Jody Sue, but I appreciate you running it. I had some kind of technical difficulty going on, so sorry
yeah,
about
it drop out off because I was like, well, they're shuttered live stream down and I didn't want
that. Yeah, I didn't. I was like, oh my gosh, where did everything go? Right?
Yeah. I was like, did PG kick her own arse off the what happened, But yeah, for me, I think that I know it seems absurd because it's like, well, Dawn was at work, Dawn was this, but I don't know, it's always struck me weird that he can't remember a darn thing that day and says, oh, well, I thought it was 5:30, and all this other stuff, and he's not sure everything, but he's always certain of Jamie in that exact time. And I find it strange. And I know the world, and even I'm like, hell, all of them could be involved. I did hear a they when talked about by Ellie, but the thing is that I've watched Dawn sit with the behavior panel and Dr. Philnos, and I've watched him lie through his teeth and been like,
Hey,
yeah, that
Reaper, you just got this steel toe boot in the ass. Reaper just got a steel toe boot in the ass.
like my friends like, what's that? And I was like, oh, do I have to? And I got through like 12, 13 minutes of it. Was not a number, 11, 12, 13. And by the time that was, I was like, dude, he's hit. Like, these people are going to call him out. And then when they did, I was like, what is up with that? Because I knew better then, right? I
Right.
was like, in the world, and why are they, what? But it is what it is. I think a lot of things are a lot of things, but uh, knick knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone, right? But anyway, um, the thing is that he's the one like. If you go all the way back to what C was actually giving phone interviews, right? Most people don't realize that. They think the first interview with her was the on-camera one, but they don't realize there were actually phone interviews with her with Ansley, the Australian, and a couple others. And they would change kind of each time, but then as soon as Dawn gets the breakout, he takes over the narrative. He's actually one that builds the story, and you can watch examples of that when they do their first interview together. Candace is given one reason for Summer's hair, but then he takes it, and you can watch him in real time, but you have to pay very close attention to what he's doing. He took over the narrative, and he
Right.
always tells the story. Candace does not. And he's done that from the beginning. He weaves. You can go back to the earliest phone interview stuff with Bobo, what he originally says versus later on. You can watch everything almost he says. And it always, he weaves along the way. I mean, then by the end of it, it's the best version he can manage. And by that time, people are like, yeah, and it's, but we knew they were doing that live in real time. And I'm sure Ellie was aware of that too. It wasn't hard to get. And they very much mimic, at least Dawn does. He parrots other people's. Look, I'm just saying. But with Dawn, I just, if, because like I said, I've got other fires, puzzles, honestly, more suspect folks, right? But the thing is that if it,
Mhm.
I know people want to be like Candace and Grandis for last this summer, but because of the behaviors and stuff I've seen and things the boys talked about after summer vanished, and the way certain ones were treated, all these things, they just
Didn't make no sense.
well, I know Dawn's all like 7 alibis and Candace is going down, but that don't mean you can't have other folks come and do things. And
Right. Absolutely.
it just doesn't. And everybody's like,
There's, well, the thing is, Grandis was sitting right there in the doorway of the camper. Because they're lying too much. Here's what Candace said. First she says, well, when it fit her narrative. Well, my neighbor heard
recorded.
My neighbor heard a scream, and I was in the house is the reason I didn't hear Summer scream, and the boys had everything, but Grandis was sitting right here on the fucking steps outside hearing and seeing everything. So that's bullshit, Candace. That is bullshit.
She said her and the boys were already looking in the basement and the TV or whatever. I'm like, but see, at that time, 2 days in, what Candace didn't realize, because see, her and I had not talked yet, and it took us a few days before I actually seen her talk to Candace. I mean, like, I'd see her come and go. But Dawn was the one we had the most contact with, right? I didn't see her for a couple days. So when she's recorded saying that, and then eventually it's released and stuff by that creator and the others, and I forgot her name, she, whatever. But anyway, because when I came on the scene, they were initially ate me. They were like, why is this woman just now saying this in October? I mean, law enforcement knew from like second or third car in. I think it was third, but it was an SUV. It was one guy in it. I know who he is. He knows who he is. You know what I mean? It was reported instantly to police.
Right.
Candace, and now she lies about it. I was never told that. And Jody Sue never mentions. I've even seen Dawn lying about it, right? Saying that I didn't tell him for days. That's garbage. You know why it's provable is because Candace on day 2.
Oh, and then they say they don't believe it, and then when it fits their narrative, they do.
Dawn formulated a stupid story about the dog trail around it, apparently, that I'd never watched or known was his absolute theory, right, or whatever, until just a couple months ago, and I was like, what? And he tries to make the scream like it's muffled from the basement door, and then there's a brat scream. That is not how that went.
Oh, I'm going to tell you. Did you find it freaky when they said they was going to get a child and reenact what went on up there? Oh my God. They was like, we're going to take her and down to the road and disappear with her. I'm like, what?
Well, it's like, here's the thing. I would, if it's like, I wish there were things I could tell you, PG, or the public, and maybe one day I'll get to, but, it's like you see Jenny, Adrian, all these come back their garbage tests. Look, y'all never needed any more proof that you could hear noises between hills or sounds from that cabin. I even have videos right before Summer vanished, videos immediately after. I have videos before I left there with even more foliage in play, right?
I'm going to tell you something. I believe that you could hear what was going on over on your hill, because I'll tell you what, there is a lot of people. There is a lot of people that live. I mean, further than that, away from a school, and they can hear. How about listen? Okay, let's forget about hearing the children on school ground, right? After
Yeah.
school, they're laughing, talking, hollering at one another. Hey, whoever, whatever, and you live way farther than Jody Sue does from Candace, and you can hear these kids. So that right there.
Well,
You
I
know,
mean,
here's my
it's like,
theory. But how about the train in the middle of the night, Jody Sue? That's a freaking mile away. I mean, way
it,
far away. And you're hearing the woo woo, right?
but, but not every time can you hear. It's like here, trains go in and out of Eastman, right? And you don't hear it
Right.
all the time. It vary with humidity levels, with
Right.
foliage. It depends on the
Exactly.
heat of the day, cold, all kinds of different things. But when
Exactly.
those we live more nature based, so we can tell how to judge the noises based on all these things, the nuances like the weather changes, rain patterns, whether storms are moving in, if it's really humid versus if it's foggy. If it's foggy, you will hear more of the train noises and things. It holds it, it does something, right?
Right.
And it just depends. But it's like, for me, nobody ever needed a Jenny, Adrian, anybody. There are literally videos up of Don even saying he could hear me and the kids screaming as Andy would beat me and have the kids terrified and he was tormenting whatever. So he can hear inside of their well insulated basement the screams and stuff from our hill,
Right.
right? And he can come out and be like, what the hell? Also, there are videos up on mine of before summer vanishes from and after in the actual cabin, so you can hear the coyotes, you can hear the dogs, you can hear different noises. They're up on my freaking YouTube. I've played them many times. They're on my Facebook. You know. So Jenny and Adrian are here lying for some reason, right? But also, I know that before we left that road, we made sure certain things were done. We tried to help with some of the receipts I showed the other day, but yeah, it's like they don't. They want to lie about it. Let them lie. And here's the thing, PG. Here's the thing. What everybody around here is like, oh, it's the scream, the scream. Me, I know it's possible to hear from a bunch of different areas, not just the bottom of the road or the driveway. And I know exactly which areas those are potentials for, right? Not just. Candace and Dawn are not that nuanced to know. Jenny and Adrian aren't. Monster doesn't even know. And Monster doesn't know because he was too busy abusing me. So I don't know where he took them to or stood, but they can't recreate it. And look, you can't, but it's stupid what Jenny, Adrian, Chasing, and all them did anyway. It was only to discredit, do garbage, I don't know. But thing is, I've never been stuck on the screen, right? I
Right.
know myself, my children heard what we heard, but we're okay if there is an explanation given to us at some point. But so far, we begged and asked, and no one can give one, right? And this is not something we were only asked once or talked about with once. Every time they come into contact with us, they go back over it again. They ask.
I'm going to tell you what. It's funny that that you heard it that day. This is what what you heard. And it was the very day Summer ended up missing. You hadn't ever heard it before. You didn't ever hear it again. Boom. It had to have been something to do with her disappearance. Absolutely. And, and
Maybe.
personally,
It may not, but to me, other things could apply more, like car doors slamming, driveway comings and goings, red flashes, uh, other things I know about that others don't, and things I've not said publicly and won't, at least for now, anyway. But
I'm going to
you
tell
know,
you, Jody Sue, what I look for in the future and the, and not too far in the future is bracelets going on all three of those people's hands up there, and all three of them being taken away. That's my personal opinion. Um, the Wells, the Wells have. I know they have gave your family hell, and I know they've gave Fred Hill's family hell, and I know they've gave a lot of, especially Dudley's family hell. Um, I think probably yours and Dudley's families went through the most traumatic um, stuff through all of this. Absolutely, with the Wells, but you know what? It will. All of this will come back and bite them in the ass because law enforcement has been watching this case as close as anyone else has. I know they're watching it way closer than PG. And I'm going to tell you right now,
Well,
I've
it's
been
like,
watching it. I have been down every one of the alleys. I've been there in all of this. And I'm telling you now, them son of a bitches sitting up on that hill are guilty as hell. Yes, it's my opinion. It is my opinion, but I'll tell you what, I bet you 10 to 1 I'm freaking right. 10 to 1. Them
what I don't,
cocksuckers have manipulated, have manipulated everything from day one. Law enforcement has been there and they have seen all of this as well. I am
well,
not
that's,
the only one that has
even
figured this one out.
if they're not guilty of slumber, what they've done since from day one, the way they, even if it was to save face or keep masks on, like Monster does. I mean, they don't like that coming off, right? And it to look better to the public, or not to quote hang for something they didn't do, like the message I showed the other day, right?
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I don't think they'd be hanging for nothing.
I
That's
can,
the truth.
I mean, I can get how they look so damn guilty. They could be, at first. I thought, okay, well, I get that. It's like, but man, if it's between yourself and your daughter, you pick your daughter.
No, I'm going to tell you what.
Not
I could
them, they
feel.
did.
I could feel Domwell's fear. I could feel his fear of. I knew exactly why he was doing everything he was doing because he was afraid. Summer's case is the very case that could get him and Candace and Grandis locked away for life. He knew this. He knew this, but because of the royalties coming in off of their daughter that Candace was pelling up, Don wanted to shut it down because he knew the risks they were taking. Candace, on the other hand, didn't give a fuck. All she could think of was, keep this money coming in. I'm going to tell you something. Law enforcement knows this as well. Law enforcement knows it as well. And I'm going to tell you now, I could smell the fear on this son of a bitch. Why, exactly why he wasn't wanting to talk about his daughter, exactly why he kept throwing everyone else under the bus. It was to keep all the focus off of them because they were scared. They were, like he told Candace, I am protecting you. What he's saying is, bitch, I am out here so you can keep that stuff coming in. And really, we should need to be shutting this all down, you know. Um, but they have gotten away with it. I think they have gotten away with this a little too long.
I know some like CZ on like when they do the pretend arcs, especially try to get close to me, manipulate, act like they're different people. They've turned a new leaf. Let me get close to Jody. I ain't that stupid, right? I ain't. So it's like one of those. It's like CZ swearing she had messaged the feds admitting her own role in this group, how they were targeting me purposefully, all this other stuff. But then of the one little change in the email, right? They're notorious. So you
Right.
gotta watch it. But it's like I can prove what these creators have done in a group around us, including with Monster and Stall. I can prove it's been a organized group effort to do this to target us. But it's like
Right.
I hope in a way there are some that have been And I've noticed a lot are trying to move away from this and away from the main players before they probably get caught up in extra stuff they didn't realize they were being caught up in. But and some I think it's far too late for. I think a lot of these creators will face charges too before it's done. But I hope there are some with good hearts who have recorded C&D or Mullins, whoever else in this, asking for certain people, especially the children like mine and Journey, which I don't want to say her name, but it's out there. But being targeted by the same person, which is Lips, and it's only after she gets around Candace. And
Right.
it's Jenny Adrian, really what they want is Monster, no matter what danger he presents to her, to have her, to get control of her and hopefully get all the information she knows from Mama and what her witness testimony is, and to tamper with her in the last ways they know how, and that's by getting control of these children. It's the only way they can really get to them, right?
Exactly.
Monster and Straw would love to have their hands on her because money. They've gotten campers, weddings paid for, $2,000-$3,000 lives behind the scenes at a time with, old Fleabag over there and TM and everybody else in tow. And, it's like whatever as they want to cry about everything. They do, I mean, it's just, I hope some of you along the way have truly recorded some of these events and have turned them into law enforcement to show who, where, what, when, how, and that it's really essentially tampering with those or targeting those, even before we were here publicly, like you just said, PG, where Don's saying he's going over there, Andy's got something to do with whatever, right? But that's clearly not happening because, and to know at the same, because the time frames you're witnessing this happening and have him on the phone and things, those dates will matter, especially if they correlate with other events and things happening inside of that roadway long before you're public, long before they had any reason to try to target.
I
Right?
think that what happened this summer was premeditated, pre-planned. Because due to the simple fact that Donald, they cut her hair. They, I don't know if dancing in front of the for sale thing had anything to do with it or not. I don't know, but I do know when he took that picture and claims he knew she's going to be gone with the angel thing and all this stuff. That was his way of being able to let a little bit out without getting busted. Another one of his games, but and then driving this Subaru, wanting the Starlink, and and I'm going to tell you the one thing that I took note of about Don Wells. Don't think that this man is stupid in the least, because he as far as he's no rocket scientist. That's for damn sure. But I can tell you this about Don Wells: that is a criminal-minded motherfucker, and he does know how to research.
Yeah,
he researches.
Somebody very early on around him, and I don't know who did it, used the term Occam's razor. And it must have been the first time he ever heard it, because I heard him then try to use it, but he couldn't remember the word for it. And he was given the definition for it. Right? He knew where to use it and place it, but he couldn't remember the term for it, and he had learned it from somewhere, right? And it was one I used to use often, but it's like I could, and he learns quick, just like Monster. They mimic, parrot to certain degrees, whatever. But with Dawn, yeah, he's there. Neither of them are very like. With Dawn, here's the thing. Once I found out just a couple months ago that I was like, wait, this is his story and he's sticking to it. This basement door thing's been his thing. Because like I said, and I've been honest about it, I didn't go back and watch everything I've ever said. I wanted to stay sort of separate. Of course, I catch pieces. I do know certain things, you know what I mean? But I still don't look. I didn't go actively before that. I was like, holy crap, right? Because I was still around. We were still in communication when he did that interview with whatever it is, WLTV or whatever in Knoxville or whatever. That came here
Right.
and he took her to the dog trail on it. And I was like, holy crap, that's his story and he's sticking to it. I'm like, he is
Right.
taking dream and woven it to what he needed it to be for whatever. But then it hits me, I'm like, dude, I have proof, absolute proof that like 14 times a year they use that same story. They set up a co-worker at work, they do stuff to other people inside the community, like Marlena and all the others, like Crystal, Marlena, a few others. And then what happens is they steal money from him. He sets them up on job stuff quite frequently. Then all of a sudden they have parked at the tiles, walked up the same dog trail and stolen something very precious to him, like tools or all of this, or been in his sheds that during
Exactly.
a very precise amount of time when Candace
They're
is
using,
completely
they're
gone.
using the same scenario, the same bullshit with their daughter, who they know,
Yeah,
who they know,
it
who
is
they
a cookie
know,
stamp
who
story
the
that
real
they want to
they know
use
who the real criminals in this is, and it's them. I'm going to tell you now. Don and Candace Wells are so full of shit. It's unbelievable how people are out here supporting them. I do not know. I don't understand. I guess I won't ever understand because, I ain't one of those people that support motherfucking criminals under any circumstances. I do not support criminals. Um, it's just,
and
how are we going to clean up our society if we're going to support criminals, right? We're not. We're not.
I
We
don't
can't
mind
do it.
some criminal records, but there's a limit. There's a limit. And that ain't it. And the way he talks about, and then he'll sell us stuff about. So I just don't even know how it falls out of his mouth, whatever. But then he's standing over talking about he's worried about Summer something done to her. But then he's standing over being like, "Oh, my oldest daughter got
I
assaulted and
knew
whatever."
that John Wells knowed exactly what happened to his daughter when I started crying. I started crying and was seriously concerned about this little girl, and they needed to, you know, a creator had upset at me with something they said, and I was literally in tears over Summer and the way that they were speaking of Summer and so forth and so on. I just wanted Summer found. I wanted Summer brought home. I wanted her to be okay. And, she just needed to be found. And whoever did it needed to be, put in prison. And Donald said, Sissy, don't worry. Summer's okay. She's okay, Sissy. She's okay. What do you mean she's okay? How would you know she's okay if she's supposed to be missing? How do you know? But he told me that. He told me that she was okay. Did not worry. She's okay, Sissy. She's okay. Um,
I really expected him to kill Candace before the first night or as soon as law enforcement left. There was one night, right? Because I was like, man, if where she has vanished on Candace's watch, right? And I
right.
told him Dudley that first night, I was like, please don't hurt her, you know. And he's
He ain't
like, I
gonna
won't.
because it was
And
his plan. He
I
planned
know
it.
he
She carried it out.
was,
Right. He planned it.
but
She carried it.
he also never showed like, man, if you seen how furious and raging he was after other times when Candace and Grandis would leave with the kids. He was only concerned with Summer. He mentioned the boys as an afterthought, but he was enraged that she had Summer. And um he should have shown, and I'm talking real emotion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why this has always been like, she's gone, whatever. For somebody that has that strong emotion when Candace takes off with her, right? To never be that enraged and on camera even yelling at somebody to bring his daughter back, or to never, even if he thought she was passed on or whatever, for him, just the rage he showed at Candace or Grandis when they'd have Summer after he did stuff like BR, they took off or whatever, the
Right.
rage.
And he had none of that. None of that. Because he pre-planned it. I'm telling you, he set that shit up. He made himself a fall person. He made himself everything. He thought of everything.
I think there is a good possibility that Candace, Grandis, and those boys have no clue what happened.
I beg the difference. I think Grandis does know what happened because she was out there hollering that same shit that she was right on the same story as Candace was before there's no way you're going to holler someone's been abducted when you haven't even really searched to see if they're still there.
That's what I've been saying since that interview came out. I was like, wait a minute, lady. What did you just say?
Right.
And then she sent those boys over the bank. And I'm like, no, she's in there. I listened to there was no direct.
And also, if you took note in that interview, she was trying to steer clear of talking too much about Summer. And she also used Summer as an afterthought coming into her camper to help packing groceries. Well, of course, Summer. So, she's not good at this.
More telling is she says we stepped out of the camper at one point.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
One of the things she did, I don't remember which one, it may have been that interview.
So, she's in on it too. She's in on it. Candace is. I'm going to tell you, those people are a lot more dirty than the normal human's mind can actually believe. And that's the truth.
PG people give me hell all the time. Like, oh, she's always talking in riddles. She's always doing this, whatever that.
I know. And,
PG,
you're not talking in riddles. People just ain't listening. They're not listening,
And I do have things I have to sidestep and type up from the wall. And things that are not public but need to be heard by the community. So maybe they hear it away and they hold the key. Right. To find Summer.
Exactly.
But also a lot of things.
People don't understand that you have information that you just cannot put out here. And therefore you have to stop, you have to think, and you have to make sure that you're not letting any of this information slip through. And if they want to think you're talking in riddles, then you got to personally we just don't give a fuck what people think, right? It doesn't matter what they think. What matters is what we know. And how much we're working and how hard we're doing everything in our power to make sure Summer is found, make sure she's brought home, and make sure she gets the justice that she deserves against these people who did this horrible thing to her. That is what matters. At the end of this night, we don't have to be, okay with society. We got to be okay with God. In order to lay your head down on that pillow, you got to be okay with the Lord above. You got to let him know that you've done all you can do. Now, now God has to take it and handle the rest, because, each night I get off of here, I've done what I can do. And I have to just put the rest in God's hands, right? From there, I have to put the rest in his hands and pray that, that I got the courage and the wisdom and all the things I need to continue to get all the information I can to help Summer. But each night I get off here, I have to put it in God's hands, because, I can only do so much. And that's all you can do too, Jody Sue. You can only do so much.
PG,
And I truly believe you're doing it. I really do.
people here are like, they'd rather concentrate on my hair, my nails, my height, my this. It's whatever garbage, right?
Well, your
And
nails are always beautiful. You seem to have always keep your nails up nicely. I took note of that. You know, your hair is beautiful. You got beautiful hair. You
if
know,
I didn't
and
know they raise cane, I mean, like I'm down to where I have to drink out of clear cups and they're still accusing me of being drunk instead of just having cancer and a giant neck surgery and being
you
left with
know
one.
something. I'm going to tell
So
you
they
what.
what
I
I
tell the
do, but
people I don't care. I'm going to use my solo cup, and I don't give a damn what I fill it up with. It's not their business, right? It's nobody's business. This ain't about Jody Sue. This ain't about PG. It's not about anyone else. This is about Summer Moon Utah Wells. This is
man,
about this little
drama,
girl.
but the drama is done on purpose. All these thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces put out are like, geez, rearrest doing 3 lives a day based on nothing but bashing me over Mull, boys, either
Yeah,
making fun. That is the
of course.
drama that take away from Summer.
I'm going to tell
And
you,
it,
Jody Sue. Feel yourself lucky, because you know what? When people are doing all the things they're doing to you, you must be doing something right, honey. Because I'm going to tell you what, evil don't get attention, righteousness does.
I
So
mean, the world thinks I'm here to do whatever, to trash it, whatever. Man, we've lost more than we've ever gained through this place. It's the creators that make money.
you
Simple
have,
as that.
you
But
have.
I go
You
to
will not.
sleep every
I'm going
night,
to tell
and
you something. I'm going to
I
tell
go
you
to
something.
sleep every night thinking of her, working puzzles in
If
my
somebody
mind.
gave you $1 million, if someone gave you $1 million right now, because I know if somebody gave me $1 million, it still wouldn't be worth all the hell and all the stuff that we have been put through out here on YouTube
Murder.
Street. We are doing this out of kindness, love, and caring for these missing children. Trust me, no amount of money could ever pay for the abuse that we've been through. No amount of money. There is no amount of money, I don't think, in this world that could pay
People,
for the toll that this shit has took on our
well,
minds, bodies, and souls.
like the truth, and there's evidence and proof out there. People think we came here and immediately started getting paid all sort of stuff. No, we didn't, and I refused money, anything else for the longest time till my friends and everybody were like, "Man, what gives these other people the right to make money on your image or your words?" I'm like, you're not wrong. But here's the thing: we don't bring in what people think, and I've showed my Cash App, PayPal's, my AdSense. Most of my
And
videos aren't even monetized. I don't turn it on, or I play music, so
no,
that enhances it. But
right,
to me,
right. And
I
not only that,
want,
not only
I
that,
want
Jody Sue, but it costs you to run your channel. You got to pay StreamYard. You got to pay cable. I mean, it costs us money to do this.
to do
And
mine. It's free because I don't do the 6 panel stuff you all do. Mine's free.
oh well, yeah. Well, mine ain't. Mine sure the hell ain't. Nothing. What I'm doing is free, and it takes plenty of hours to get it done. And I'm telling you, let me tell you something. If you're doing this, if you are out here and you're doing this and you're doing it the right way, you're doing it because you truly love these children. You truly care about these children. I know for me, I'm here for the right reasons. I'm here for the right reasons. I'm not here for anything but the right reasons, and always have been here for the right reasons. You know,
Well,
at the end of the day, like I said, at the end of this day, I got to know that God's okay with PG. And I got to be, God don't need me. I need him, right? I need God. So at the end of this day, I have to know that I'm doing everything for the right reasons, or I can't be here and do it. I would
well,
just turn the shit off and leave. Um, you know, I would just turn it off and leave.
yeah. I mean, it's like me. It's like people don't seem to understand. These creators push out this narrative, whatever. But it didn't matter before I was here. I woke up and went to sleep with the thought of summer and puzzles and fires and trying to figure out and, doing all these things. And then when I come here, the same applies. Plus, then I'm obviously hunting down tragedy pimps and criminals and doing the whole thing there and trying to be a voice for domestic violence, all the things. My YouTube was not created as a summer only thing. I always said it will be to hunt tragedy pimps. That's why the crossover. Then, obviously for the DV, and then if I chose to speak about summer, I do that. But here in real, like on this side, when this goes off, summer exists always to me, and most of my day is spent in some form or fashion working the puzzles, the pieces, working with others, talking to others, locally and otherwise, trying to do things. Or, people have no idea what we do or what we go through on this side.
Right.
And do they think that having heart attacks and stuff because of how hard these people have laid in or terrorized us for life
Right.
and how do they think that was worth it? Yeah, I'll have another 3 or 4 until it kills me if it means there's answers. Okay? I don't care. Keep on doing whatever. But I'm not going to give up. I'm not leaving her story or her lost or a mystery inside of that cursed place. Her everything, like, I'm not doing it. I cannot live without the answers. I
Right.
want justice for
You're
her.
right. You're right.
She's been left behind in some way, and I mean that not like in a physical sense, but Summer is, for me, it's like leaving her behind. You get what I'm saying? And her
Yeah,
voice, and I
absolutely.
want Summer so she can speak for herself. So she's not just a symbol of people. She's not been whatever. I want her voice to speak. I want her to tell her own story, or for law enforcement and courts and her brothers to do it. But I don't want her left as a mystery inside of that cursed road for so long, full of so many monsters for so long, for so many generations.
And
I want all
summer is
children.
going, and summer is going, and summer is going to let, summer is going to tell her story. She is,
I want
because
all children.
I truly believe God is going to let summer be found, and we're going to truly understand what exactly happened to summer at some point. But everything's on God's time, and that will come to light. Anything done in the dark shall be pulled to the light. That is what the Bible says. So I believe what the Bible says. It's the only book ever wrote in the world, and the bestseller in the world, that is 150% true, right? Everything in it is truthful. It is all God's word and the truth. And in there it does say, whatever's done in the dark, it will be pulled to the light, and this will be pulled to the light, regardless of how good Don and Candace think they have covered it up. God will uncover it, Don. He will uncover it. We will know. That is the truth. We will know.
I want all of these children. I want the boys in Summer and my own to be the last children ever to have to live or step foot inside of that. I want these children to be the last children of Ben Hill.
Amen.
And for mine to be, obviously mine are actually related to the Ben Hill and otherwise, but I I think
This should
even they
not this should not have ever happened. It should not have ever happened. Child Protective Services, nothing had changed when they took the boys other than some are missing. And you know what? They should have all been took. They should have all been took before that. They should have saved them.
I think there was a lot of things shaken. I think there were things that looked like we were talking the other night. You know, they look one way, but then there's something obviously going on. And like me, I was digging before Utah, but I couldn't find a thing that I thought could, and until it was too late. Right? But I think the boys also tried to save themselves and their sister, and that too was maybe, I don't know. And then Summer somehow, June 15th should have never happened, but she has
Absolutely.
now released and saved many, but I want her light and her voice to shine back on her, where she's at and who is responsible, and her to tell her
Amen.
story.
Absolutely. And I truly have faith in my God, and I truly believe it will be done. That I have to keep that faith. I have to. You
I do
know,
believe she's found and brought back to her community and her brother. For me, though, it's still torment every day wondering, and I do, I have hope. I do still have hope she's out here alive. I'm not going to give up on her, but thing is, and maybe that's the reason some days I'm like, and I squint a little hard at Don because he is one of those possibilities. If he is indeed responsible anyway, there is a very high likelihood that someone is indeed alive.
I just know that Donald said that she was okay. He said, "Don't worry, Sissy. Don't worry. She's okay. She's okay." Now,
Well,
to Donald,
he, like,
to Donald, you know,
no, that boy knows even church folks. I'm still worried. Nobody took Summer to Disney World, not even church folks. I'm sorry.
no.
No.
I think the reason that the feds are still in this case, TBI, the feds and Hawkins County law enforcement is still working hard and diligently, is because they truly believe that Don Wells has human trafficked his own daughter. That's my opinion, and I'm allowed to have it. But I truly believe that's exactly what they
He
believe has been done.
helped me work through this. All right. So you have Dawn within well, the boys are taken and he refuses to talk to the news. He does
Right?
do an open phone interview with Bobo, but he tells him he can't talk to him about the boys. But then he goes immediately up on Jay is for Justice
Mm-hmm.
and says the boys, blah, 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 right? But he wouldn't tell
Exactly.
that actual news reporter, which Bobo was
No, but he bragged to the news reporter how Summer is not going to be found, as if
and I
he's done
know
a good job of covering it up.
he worked with my family at Times News for years. Bobo was amazing. Um, but and he does take his job seriously, and that's how I knew the fake one they made over here was eventually fake, is it
And
didn't
that and
hide.
that's what I'm sorry. That's what I was
But
saying. You're right. He says he's here in the resurrection. That's what I'm saying. When Dawn said she's okay, Sissy, she's okay. Um, he thinks, if she if she's not still with us, Dawn's one of those people that believe, that Summer's okay because she's in heaven, right? I don't like the fact that he also said she was unclean. That he felt that,
yes, he done got
she
that
wouldn't
mixed
have.
up on purpose the other day. That kind of
Why?
irritated.
I heard him personally say that he was worried about basically Summer sold, and that really upset me. That upset the hell out of me to hear him actually say this kind of bullshit. Because I'm going to tell you what,
So he
regardless,
told Shane that Summer couldn't possibly be saved or know the Bible well enough.
he said that he was worried about, yeah, that he's worried about, he basically, what Don Wells is saying is he's worried that, he's worried that Summer wasn't going to get to heaven. That's what he was trying to say. That he's worried about Summer not being able to get to. He don't feel his daughter was good enough to go to heaven. Well, Dom Wells, I'm sorry to tell you, but all children, all children go to heaven. Summer would definitely go to heaven. It's your ass that's going to be going to hell, right? It's your ass that's going to be going to hell, not Summer. Now, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that Dom Wells possibly was doing something not right to this little girl and blaming her instead of his fucking self for that evilness. Fuck you, Dom Wells. That's all on you. He's got a sick fucking mind. That dude is a sick puppy. Trust me.
Here's what I wondered. All right, when I first came public, right, and then I was still on Facebook. I didn't have the YouTube yet, but I would do panels here off of them. But I said that about, the shower in Summer. I never went around watching the others like Allie. I didn't do that. So I didn't know it was stated by anybody else. All I knew is at that point, what happened was Candace around Dr. Phil, she vid chats me. She laughs about BK still being around. I'm like, what is up with her? And I knew instantly she had started being whatever, even though she despised BK before that.
Right.
But I was like, oh, this ain't good. But she does that whole hint wink that night at Dr. Phil and the eyes bringing money in and wants me to change my story.
Right.
Like, and so I purposefully acted like I misunderstood what she was saying. I was like, well, your teeth.
No. She told me that you and her, she told me that you and her was splitting everything that she got. And what? I told her, yeah, well, you guys had a conversation because I could hear your voice talking with her. And when she got off, I said, was that Jody Sue? And she said, yes. I said, what was that? What was all the argument about? And she said, it was about money that you was demanding. She said, she said that, yeah, I could hear you talking because she was on, she had you on speakerphone. And,
arguing them?
You two were going at it. Yeah, well, you were being loud. You both were being loud. And anyway, because I was in the background.
Never had a fight like that. I've never had a fight with like that.
Well, anyway, when she got off, I said, was that Jody Sue? She said, yes. I said, what were you guys going at it about? And she said, because I could hear the loudness. And she said, you was demanding half of her stuff. And I said, what do you mean half your stuff? She said the gift cards and the monies and all the stuff that was coming in. And I said, why would Jody Sue be asking you for your gift cards and money and everything? How much of her stuff was she giving you? And Candace said, not a fucking dime. I said, then why are you giving her stuff? And Candace was like, I'm not anymore.
Please tell me you got this on recording. Can you turn it to law enforcement?
I don't have that on recording. That's exactly, but she did tell me that. Absolutely. If I had it on recording, I'd play it for you. I'd play it for everybody out here. But I wasn't recording her. But that's exactly what she told me. Yes, she did. She said that
like that, PG.
I have said it. I have said it. I have said it 100 times since she told it. Ask if you've heard me say this before. Please put a 1 in the chat. I have said it many, many, many times. You go back and watch my lives. I have said it.
Was this supposedly when I was living in there or not?
Let me think, and I can tell you. Um,
What the
let
PG?
me. I think it was. I think it was. I think it was around the time because Donna was telling me around that time. At the same time, it's around the same time when Donna was talking about was going to loan you a car to help you get off the and that something about you went down the road or something
I asked,
and you couldn't drive and he had to drive you somewhere. It was right around that time, somewhere during that time.
well, see, the night he drove me somewhere because the souls on top of the hill had it or so. But I knew if I tried to take it off, I was gonna wreck. So, because it stormed, I gave him $20 plus bought him dinner. That was the night he released the bullshit with the red truck, and him and Sharon him turned it into more chaos and lied about it. And he also admitted to me that he essayed Jeannie.
Oh wow.
Um, same night, but I bought them Wendy's. Candace wanted chili, etc. It was quite expensive that night, so yeah, I don't even want to hear I offered me or whatever. Right, I paid them for that more than the
Yeah,
gas,
that's
and
the
I bought.
thing that I don't understand about Donald because he was basically had no problem telling people about the he didn't tell me he essayed her. He told me that
Oh,
that
he did it. I thought
he,
he made
he,
it
he
like
first he first told me that she was like 8 years old. He told me that he felt that her dad may have done something to him because she came on to him. He didn't come on to her. This is the stuff he was telling me.
well, what he told me, because I'd already told him to his face early on after Jeannie come out. And he was dumped on right, and I was like, "Look, dude, I believe it. Sorry, not sorry. Oh well." And
Yeah,
he was me, and then it must have ate at him because when we took that drive, we went to Pals, I went to Priceless. He was listening to his stuff through the speaker system, but holding the phone. I didn't know who that it was. Sherry was listening to, but I was like, "Wait, did you catch that? She's got the truck stuff mixed up for some reason." He's like, "Oh, did they?" And he didn't care. I'm like, "Why wouldn't you correct that or call in or something?" But he didn't. He was very concerned, enamored with watching himself like Narcissus in water, And anyway, I bought them Wendy's. I gave him 20, maybe a little over, um, for the ride, and that was it. And then, but yeah, when he said that about Jeannie, he said that his dad told him it was okay because she was trying to do that to him too, acted like she was a little, an SL whatever, and he tried to make it both like they're the same age type thing. I never knew until later
right.
on that she was actually hot. I did not, or I would have been like, what? Because Jeannie didn't even make it clear in the first things we seen, at least, or that, we had shared as the community, gotten them off of Facebook. But
Right.
yeah, and
Hey,
then,
Carrie, I appreciate the super chat, hon. PG Grandis has not been seen for a long time. Is it possible she could have Summer? What are your thoughts? No, I don't think she would have Summer at all because she's being watched. Grandis is
special
definitely.
wasn't of anything. So I don't know what Candace was going on about. And Candace and I have never had an argument over the phone unless what somebody else hearing is where I had to project my voice very, loud. You'll see me do that sometimes, like tonight on Paid on PG. I'm putting more effort into it. But very early on, back in, 2 years ago, I had to press harder and it sounded sort of like I was screaming at people,
Right.
right? But no. No, 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 no. And I knew around the time I ended up in the ambulance and right at the end of things and all that is Amy Tate and their tweakers and all them were hanging up on the hill that they were getting money from some stuff online or something because she'd be like, here's the weird part, PG. There was one night in the road, right? And I was down there, and she tried to hand me money. And I was like, no, I don't need that. And she's like, yeah, no, I'll get more. I'm like, what is going on? And she was like, but in between that, somewhere in her sentence, she goes, yeah, it's weird. We got something for, and almost sounded like she was trying to say for me, but I didn't know. We weren't public or anything, you know what I mean?
Right.
So why would she be getting anything like this? So it didn't make sense, but even Boogie was like, wait a minute, what the hell did you just say? But now that you say that, I'm like, man, were they out here telling people something in the background, doing something? But Candace, like, seriously, PG, I would take a lie detector test and let them ask the fucking question if Candace fucking Wells ever split anything with me, had some sort of financial agreement, anything like that. And I guarantee you the answer is no, and will forever be no. It never happened. So I don't know what the hell she was telling you, but her and I have also never had an argument. Now,
Right. That's what you're telling me.
she called.
No, I have no reason. I have no dog in this race. I have no reason to be lying about anything. You know, I don't even lie to save people's feelings.
Yeah, I
You
don't know.
know, no.
Was
She said that's exactly what she said. I
let me
don't know. You know,
after she hung up with somebody, and maybe it's somebody that sounded like me, or maybe it was me sounding like I'm arguing, but there was never an argument between Candace and I. Ever.
yeah. She said that she absolutely positively said that it sounded like, you know, it could have been your voice just loud, but it sounded like an argument to me. And when
I've
she
never
hung up, I
had an
said, you
argument
know,
with
I
Wells.
said, what? I said, was that Jody Sue? And she said, because it sounded like you. And she said, yes, it was. And I said, what was all of that about? And she said, it was about you wanting your share of all the stuff she gets. And I, you know, I was like, huh? And she's like, you know, the gift cards and the cash app. She said cash app.
I didn't even know
And
about it, PG.
and I said, why was she? I said, why? I said, well, I said, why would she be wanting half of your stuff? I said, how much of what she's getting is she giving you? And she said, none. I said, and why are you giving her stuff? And she said she wasn't going to no more.
She wasn't giving me crap, PG.
And
Who did I ever
and she said that,
PG?
and
Y'all
she
do
said
realize
that's why.
income, right?
No, she
Like
said
I
that's why.
wasn't providing for me, I was providing for Monster. I was paying for my car payment, my cabin, all this other shit. Like, I don't know what world people are living in, but
And she tells people that that's why you and her are no longer friends, was over the fact she wouldn't give you that money no more. That's what she was telling. Yep, that's what she was telling. That's her story. Mm-hmm.
I would love for all of them to be lined up. Every single one of them, including Monster and the rest, side by side, along with myself, my little, and just polygraphed the same exact time with the same questions, and I guarantee you I'm the only one walking on the fucking truth.
Amen.
Guarantee it.
Amen.
Because
Like
number
I
one,
said, you know,
lie.
Candace has been setting. Oh yeah. Um. Also.
Well, I'm not worried about it. All our devices are hotter than hell, and I know the feds have
And
recorded everything.
Donna was talking to me about the scream, and I, because you said that it came in at 4:47. At this time, you were saying it came in around 4:47, and I said, Donald, that scream don't even fit the time the summer's supposed to come up missing. And he said, actually, Sissy, it does. And I said, no, it does. He said, yes, it does, Sissy. And I said, no, it don't, Donald. And he's like, Sissy, it fits. And I was like, Donald, don't holler at me and scream at me and stuff. I said, I'm telling you now, it doesn't fit. Why don't you quiet down and just listen to what I got to say? And so he says, okay. And then I told him, I said, listen, Jody Sue said the scream came in at 4:47. You didn't call law enforcement until 6:30. Okay? I said, now, that's a big almost a 2 hour or more window time frame, right? Because you're looking at it's more of 4:30, Donald, than it is, um, you know, the time she wasn't supposed to even come up missing until like close to 6 o'clock. So how in the hell does that scream have something to do with Summer? I mean, okay, what are you telling me, that you guys looked around for 2 hours? No, because Candace was saying that, she'd only been looking for like 5 minutes,
Yep.
and supposedly, so this is not going to fit the scenario. And
That
so he goes, here's what he does. That's when he went home. That's when Candace called you and said that she needed the timeline fixed.
she didn't call me and say she needed timeline fixed. Her and I have never spoken like that. Her and Dawn were told by the feds to fix their timeline because it didn't add up. I told Candace in the
Right?
road, and here things changed, right? I told Candace in the road right before I moved out of it. I was like, look, all right. I was like, and they never knew the time of the screen, PG, until I think this, and they had an uh-oh moment. Okay. And I still didn't give them the exact time when I said this to Candace. What I said was, I was like, Candace, I know y'all are full of shit about the peppermint. I know you're just trying to not look bad. I get that. But if it will help Summer, I will go public about the screen. I know it breaks your timeline down, but if it will help Summer, please just stop the bullshit. And but I never ever consulted her about times or otherwise. And to this day, Dawn and Candace still do not know where the scream is actually located or came from.
When
But
did he
eventually,
ask you to change up the story with law enforcement?
when Dawn realized recently that obviously I didn't hear the scream from the top of the hill where he was wanting to try to place it, or at the, all these other things, then he was like, oh, okay, so maybe Summer did walk off. Every time they learn something new, they weave something new, which is why I'm very cautious about what I say. And
Mm-hmm.
they're all trying to make others look like garbage, trying to make them look like, every story about every kid over there, every teenager party and everything was always, oh, they're trying to help them. They're from a bad family. They're from the city. They're just, and every coworker was, oh, they're on meth. We're just trying to help them get off the dope. And every girlfriend of that person was always a DV, this and that. And then they would get the girl really doing dope. And then what would happen is I'd run the dude off the hill, and then Dawn would end up banging her. And then Candace threw off. Then it would be all these big fights and everything. They kind of work as a team. And they always try to make everybody that's actually helped them look like garbage. They make those that they're stealing off of look like the thieves. They make those who can speak out. They're always trying to discredit, lie about, tamper. Even long before Summer vanished, this has been them the entire time I've known. Even over little things, even over their dope drama or their just regular day or how Dawn, what he does is he gets a bunch of workers in there, trades them off dope, most like whatever, gets them a day, takes paychecks, or right before a job's done, he sets them up like he does Dudley, gets them fired, then he uses Candace and the boys to finish the job, and then he gets all the money for the job, you see.
Well, I think he set up Dudley for other reasons.
Yeah, I do
Um,
too.
Dudley was his fall guy, but they have, they have really Don and Candace. I got to say, I got to say that
That line, bitch, that just kills me.
I gotta say that if you ain't, if you are not, if you are not, if you are not smart, these motherfuckers sure will. Um, wow.
I
It,
was asked
I
very
think
early,
what I wouldn't
and
even want to think of how Don and Candace are really good. They're really good at the bullshit they do.
well,
I
you can.
got to give them that.
I was asked something by somebody, and this gave me somebody that I don't know why they asked me, but I was asked something about Cindy. And when this particular person said this slash asked this of me, my mouth kind of wanted to drop, but my response was, "Well, if that's the case, I just." But the thing is, what they've done is not outsmart. They've tried to out chaos and out lie. And if you
They've
throw
done a
enough,
hell of a good job of it. These
and
mother,
I'll,
these mother, these motherfuckers are skilled. They are. That's the word. Skilled
I
at
will tell you, police
fucking
and
people over and playing the victims. They're skilled
police and
at it.
feds are of it and what they are. I will tell you that much, and they've been very aware of it from like day 2.
I'm gonna tell you
And
something. Law enforcement knows the Candace went down that basement, did not look nowhere for her daughter. She went down that basement as if she was, came back up, straight back up, like she didn't even. You know why she didn't know if that door's locked or not? Because she didn't even fucking check it. She came right back up just to find out how much the boys knew, and that's all she was interested in. Trust and believe, law enforcement has took prints from the inside and outside of that fucking door, and they know that there is no fresh fingerprints of Summers in or outside that door, nor anyone outside the family. And so, matter of fact, there wasn't any fresh fingerprints of even fucking Candace's upon that door. More than likely. She was not near that fucking door. They know it. They know that that door had nothing to do with Summer's disappearance whatsoever. Law enforcement's a hell of a lot more fucking smarter and craftier than damn Candace and Don Wells will ever be. Trust and believe that. I mean,
can I address the doofy stuff Wood Fairy and 1-800-TBI Find are putting out in chat right now? I didn't divert from the question about Candace and the timeline stuff. I actually answered it fully and thoroughly. Not once was there any of the Jody Sue and Candace getting their timelines together ever. Okay? Never happened. Never happened. Dawn and Candace, however, were told by law enforcement to get their stories together because they didn't add up. Even Dawn and Candace.
I know for a fact that law enforcement was telling. I'm going to tell you what law enforcement came up there and told Candace. Donald was like, when he got to the house and law enforcement was in there and they was questioning Candace, Donald was like, how's everything going? And then they started talking to Donald. And then Donald's like, what's going on here? And then Candace was, they're interrogating me. And she was, doing her fake ass crying in the background. And then Donald was telling law enforcement that, she's been upset and she's been having this and that. And one thing, he's telling all this stuff. And then he said that, that she's like, been trying to remember everything, every little detail, but with everything that's went on, that they should understand, and now he's putting it back on them. And then law enforcement told Donald, said, well, I'm going to tell you what, we're going to give it a few days. And, how about if you sit down with, Candace and you two talk it over and maybe even write it down. Like, talk about the timeline. You go over it with her, since you have such a problem and you keep showing. Here's what law enforcement's saying. Since you have such a goddamn problem, Mr. Wells, and keep showing up every time we're knocking at the door and trying to talk to your wife, how about this? How about if you get the timeline out of her and write it down on some damn paper, and we'll come back and then go over it with you, from the paperwork. And anyway, they show back up. This is when the time when they're suggesting this particular thing, because they've already been there so many times already and getting shit. So so it's a few days, they show back up, right? They show back up, and Candace is calling for Don to run home again, and so Don does. He's going, and a phone call drops at a certain level. It always drops. As per usual, it
Where was
drops.
he home from? Like, he didn't go work for quite a few days after Summer vanished, despite internet belief.
No, he wasn't going to work. He didn't go to work for like, oh Lord, he didn't go to work. Like, the boys were gone when he started going back to work, and it was a little while even after the boys were gone that he went back to work. He finally did go back. I mean,
because the day that the boys were taken, I want Candace both leave because Candace didn't want to sit there that day.
And when the boy, and then finally when he did go back to work and open, finally did go back to work, that's when a buddy of his came in and said that place smelled like fucking death, and he was ready to puke, and he had to go out the door. He wasn't.
That was actually Linda around here that made up it and ended up with stuff called in to check the wall, to check the dumpsters, a dead dog being. It was her stalking everybody and making up garbage around stuff. That was Linda.
No, I was actually talking with Donald when the guy came into the work site where Donald was working. Don was at work. I was actually on the phone with him when when a buddy of his came and started hollering all that stuff and ran out. Yeah, that happened. And he did say that damn. And then Don tried to make up excuses saying, telling the guy that it was the mud and that was smelling like that, and he had done took it out and poured it outside. And that guy's like, man, dude, I mean, he was like, I'm out here. I ain't staying. Because I was going to hang up the phone and let Don, chit chat with him. And he's like, oh, fuck no. He
so
wasn't
you were
sticking in there
that early, even though you didn't have your understanding what it built like. Because I was already here. You were going up on Ziggy's. Then you did this. So I haven't been on the channel yet. Not like that.
I was in there way early. I mean, it was a while before I came out onto Ziggy's. I don't know how long. But I was talking with him at his work when that went down. I was way early on. Yeah. And I watched him play. I watched him play all the games. I watched him laugh at Cher. Don would tell me, watch what I do to her, sissy. Watch what I do to her. And he did some funny shit. And that's just the shit that they were doing. And then he would tell me, that he, like I said, he was going to go over and see Andy because he felt that he did have something to do with his daughter missing. And then he was talking about you, and he was talking about everybody.
We were talking every day, and him and Monster and Stall hang out now. I mean, they're all probably covering each other's ass.
And then him and Candace said that you was wanting the money, half of what they was getting, and wasn't giving them none of yours. And they said that
money. You know what I'm saying? Candace there once I said she got like, and it was near the time their little tweaker buddies helped put me in an ambulance, tried to steal my phones. The Amy Tate and Sanchez, whatever, hanging out up there, that lied about my son with Cam and whatever, right? But he said
You
something.
know, and then she said that they found that footprint on your property. I did get that on recording. I played that out. Um, what else
There was
did
no
she say
foot.
about you guys? She said a whole lot of stuff.
There was never a footprint found on 120.
Oh, well, we know that now, but we didn't know that then. Her and Donald, man, I'm going to tell you something. It was big red flags. I could see the big red flags when, you know, they threw the yellow car under the bus and knew it already been cleared. They, you know, they threw you and Andy under the bus. Man, Dom was going. At first, I can tell you exactly how it went.
It's
First,
like
it was
Monster.
Dudley.
So
Then it was
now he's hanging out, no clue. He has no clue what they're doing. Like
first.
he's stuck.
First, Donald was on Dudley, trying to convince people of Dudley. Then he turned around and it was Mr. Dobbs. Then after Dobbs, he decided that he was going after the Light boys. Then after Frank Light, really, he was going after Frank. But he also mentioned Frank's brother. And then he was, then after the Lights, he decided to, Allie. Then he went after Allie and Hunter and them. And then after them, he went after you and Andy actually Andy. They didn't went after you or your son yet. They went after Andy.
But Andy, Monsters certain they've killed someone, etc. But so I find it weird they're hanging out. But I knew from the time we left there they were hanging out, you know, and fuck around and getting together, whatever. But the thing is that I find that odd, and I know if it's being done, it's because they're all
He got so desperate, Jody Sue, that he even went after Morlock. He went after Wayne Morlock. I mean, that is like desperate of the desperate.
I think that's true that he went after Monster either, because he makes sure with this group that Monsters kept clean off the table. They make sure to cleanse behind it, you know, all this stuff, right?
Well, Munster, which is Andy, right?
Yeah, and I mean, he's too stupid to realize how set up he is.
The night before Donald went to jail, Andy was at Donald.
Now, because I'm not letting it reign supreme, I did not in any way, Danny, ask for, or any money whatsoever off of Candace and Dawn fucking Wells, ever.
Why would she say that about you? Why would she say that? You think it's because she offered you the money down on the street?
I don't know, because it sounds like the rest of shit, PG. Probably because the time you heard that's when she was trying to make me change my story and tamper with
that's true.
No, and she and Dawn can benefit off Dr. Phil, but I see that's the problem when you say shit like that, PG, out here in the open. Now there's 900,000 motherfuckers in your chat who are going to run wild with that shit and think that actually took place. It didn't take place, because I and Candace have never even had a fucking argument. Never.
Well, you know what? It's best that you get the truth out. I mean, this ain't nothing that this chat ain't heard before, and at least you're on here to clear it up. You know, I wish we could have done this early on. I wish we could have cleared up the bullshit, the lies that Don and Candace has been telling. And that's what you're doing right now. You're clearing it up.
Well,
you're clearing it up, and that's
on my own channel, I show the receipts for where I have watched the kids, to where they are lying, to where it shows the story that Dawn's made up for how and where Summer's taken is repetitive, and how setting up coworkers and other people is repetitive. But nobody pays attention. I act like I can't be understood, or like I'm not shown receipts. All they do is come out here and lie.
Well,
And you know what?
I'm
As
going to,
far
you
as
know what?
one publicly cleared by Pruitt and law enforcement and have been told not to be a suspect, which is something Candace and Don can't even say after polygraphs. The only thing they can say is
Exactly.
they stopped cooperating.
I'm going to tell you what, Fred showed his. Why the fuck don't they show theirs if they pass so great, right? If they pass so great, show their polygraphs. Fred had no problem letting his be shown. They're not going to show those polygraphs because them some of the bitches know they didn't pass it. That's why they ain't going to show it. That's why when they went on Dr. Phil, Don wasn't even going on Dr. Phil until I told him that, he can make the stipulation no lie detectors test. Once he found out he could do that, and that was by PG, that, then he went, right? Then they went. But he ain't going to go on no Steve Wilkos because there they have to take one and his ass wouldn't be able to sit down, right? Probably for a week going on Steve's, because Steve don't take kindly to people that, have little 5-year-olds disappear. So, that could be all bad. But yeah, it is what they are the ones showing every fucking lick of guilt. And, it's just sad that your family had to endure their bullshit.
Still does. The other day they come by here with their company taking pictures, and I knew stuff's gonna. And then here's BK starting up another thing, and we've all been watching for things on the ground. Now I've got real dangerous people showing up at the door, and also stuff that they've created, and it's like, including the blue solo cup douche nozzle. So it's like, I don't know.
That's funny shit right there.
No, I mean, just what Blue Solo and all put out, and all these creators, and the Jenny Adrians, Dollies, and Ziggy have been pumping out right before the vigil and leading up until now. And now I actually do, but Monster's playing a role in that because he's the one giving out information about things to get people here on the property falsely. For some reason, Candace Non found it, I don't know, necessary to be trying to come out here to Pet and Zoo style and take pics the other day as well, right before all this started. I'm pretty tired of it.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I don't think you probably be putting up with much more of their shit because I really do think this case is going to take a real turn soon. And, and we're going to learn the truth for sure. I think we are going to learn the truth in all of this. Matter of fact, I think law enforcement's got something super great in their pocket because Ronnie said he's going to be coming out. And I think that he ain't coming out until, when he comes out, he's going to have, I believe when he comes out, he's going to be, coming out with bracelets around 3 people's wrists. That's what I personally believe. And I hope I'm right. I hope I'm absolutely right in all of this. But, the truth needs to be got out here for Summer. It's the only thing that's going to bring her home. It's the only thing that's going to, find her, bring her home, and get justice. We have to seek the truth. And, and I really do appreciate you being here to, defend yourself. You have every right to defend yourself. You have every right to, to call them fucking liars out for everything they are. And that's what they have been from day one. It's now the table's turned, but it's turned on the right people. It's turned on the ones that have been turning it on everyone else. Why? To keep the focus off of them. Why? Because they're guilty son of a bitches. That's why. That's my opinion. Yeah. And I'm entitled.
I won't call them guilty, and like I said, I still work other puzzles and all that just in case.
You're a lot nicer than I am because,
but
that's my
what they've done since Summer vanished and tampering with witnesses and using this place to, I think, and in my firm belief, screw up jury pools or tamper with the case or make it where Summer's not found, even if it means, if you care
They
about.
go to prison for what they did to those children before Summer came up missing. Before they came up missing, they abused them children. They neglected those children. They put those children in harm's way in so many different ways that we probably couldn't even count them. Right?
Yeah.
Those two fucks should have been in prison before that baby came up missing. And that's the truth. I mean, when Candace let that baby get into something that it wasn't supposed to get into and took it to Allie's house and made it write it out instead of taking it to a hospital because her ass would go to prison and them kids would have been took. That right there was fucked up. And I don't know why none of those people got that baby help that night. You know, shame on them. Shame on them. Because if someone brought a baby to my house like that, trust and believe law enforcement's getting called.
Well, everybody, they acted like Allie and them were different. You think Allie and them didn't know H was partying with her or anything else? BS. They knew. They're the same type of parents, man.
Exactly. I'm going to tell you what. Exactly. You have to be as evil. You have to be as evil as the Wells to keep something like that covered up, and not get a 3-year-old little kid help that needed it. You have to be a special kind of fucking evil to do that. They had an opportunity to help Summer right then and there, and they didn't. You know, I have no respect for them. Absolutely not.
It's like, I don't know, I think it's why Candace, especially, she tried to always make it like, you know how many times she asked for, well, you can send the kids over to play with mine, and I wouldn't do it. PG, and it wasn't because I thought badly of the kids or anything, but even our kids that were younger than mine, other than my little and her oldest, are like the same age, around about, right?
Right.
But those kids were allowed to do things mine were not. I did not want them hanging. You get what I'm saying? Now, when the boys or some whatever were being watched by me, they weren't acting and cursing, doing all crazy stuff they do at their house, right?
Exactly.
And so they know they were around people who weren't supposed to behave that way.
Absolutely.
But then on top of that, I'm not letting my little girl over there where I know there's something off with Dawn for years. I just don't know what it is. And into an environment like I wouldn't even drink around them. I knew clearly that they drank, couldn't trust them. I didn't trust them around mine. I'm not going to send my little girl.
You don't want your children exposed to that.
And also, always teens over there hanging out with stuff. My little girl's not going over on the hill. Sorry.
Absolutely not.
You know,
they were
some
real shit over there.
You know,
I heard. I heard that they made True and another little girl that she had brought up there sleep out in the back of a trunk. Why? Because they were both, you know, hanging out with Candace, drinking and doing things that they shouldn't have been doing. These girls were way too young. I heard one of the girls was as young as 12 years old. That's disgusting. 12 years old? Oh, come on. God help us. Unbelievable. You know, I understand, you know, you can't overly control 15, 16, 17-year-old girls. But I'm going to tell you something, honey. Between freaking 12 and 15, you're a poor ass parent if you cannot control a child in that age group. You're pretty piss ass poor parent if you don't, you know, you can't. Here's my thing. If my daughter gets, you know, if my daughter gets to where she wants to run around with, you know, undesirable human beings, then you know what? It's time for my daughter to, don't worry about somebody else calling Child Protective Services, because I will
Oh,
personally pull up at their place and take my daughter's ass in there, sit her down, and tell them, you know what, you can have her because she is no longer welcome to my home. I mean, I'm not
mm,
going to deal with that shit. I'm not going to
I
deal
would.
with no out of control kids.
Well, no, it
I
ain't
would
that. It's like
absolutely.
I wouldn't do that to a child. I mean, there's better ways. If you're a better parent, you never have to go to those levels anyway.
Hey, I'm going to tell you what. No, I'm not going to have an unruly, out of control
Well, no, I'm
teenager,
saying
because here's what it comes down to. If you got one of them roll your eyes, smack your lips, get rude with you on teenagers, then you're probably going to get, they're going to get took, and you're going to get put in jail anyway when you smack them in the mouth for overstepping their boundaries with you. What I'm saying is, and teenagers like that, I have seen mothers have to fight their own daughters. Oh hell no. Oh
you
hell
don't have to.
no.
I don't care what kind of mother or father you are. The last corrective thing you should do would be smack your kid in the mouth or anything else. And if you're being a correct parent, then your children wouldn't be out of
You
control.
you have
Places
you
they can
have
go.
no you have no choice. You have no choice. I mean,
PG.
I have been in my friends'
I
homes. I have been in my friends' houses where I promise you, where I promise you, these kids, I mean, these teenagers that get with kids like the Wells have, that, introduce them, like people with, like Candace, who introduce your children to things you don't want your children doing. I'm going to tell you
yeah,
now, I have seen
those
where these, these girls go and they try to attack their own mother. They will literally, what is their mother supposed to do? Stand there and let this 15, 16-year-old girl whoop the hell out of her? I don't
I
think
don't know
so.
what
I
parents.
don't
I
think
think
so.
all children are human. Maybe some of them end up being a little wild on their own, but for the most part, it's how you parent. And I don't know in those situations. I can't state them because both of my kids have always been amazing. I'm lucky in that regard, but we've always been very close. We talk things out. I've taught them that, how to debate instead of argue. And, I don't even remember ever having to spank them, anything like that. I mean, like, these kids, I never
the
had
only
kids like
the only one of my kids that I have ever had to put in line is my daughter. The only one. And she's a pistol, let me tell you now. But luckily, she's a really amazing child as well. Um, and like you, yes, I don't try to. I'm not my kid's friend. I'm their parent. But I also don't, I don't need to have no power over my children. I don't need any of that BS. You know,
right.
when my
These kids
kids do something I
are
don't like, I tell them,
right.
tell them why I don't like it. I tell them why it's not, you know, acceptable, you know, and I sit down and I talk with them, and like you said, children are very highly intelligent, and trust me, you know, being on the same playing field with them is a lot better than being on a battlefield, right? I don't need that. They don't need that. Um, it's better. It's better to just, let them know. When kids know that you truly love them and you want the best in this life for them, they work with you instead of against you.
Yeah, I mean, mine never worked against. I mean, they've been. So I can't speak to the aspect. I've seen other people's kids that run my own stuff, but like the boys and stuff, like I never held their behavior. I guess I knew it was caused by a lack of parenting. Right? There was no real rule system or anything. No, nobody ever be like, "Hey, okay, we don't do
When
this."
you have
there was no compass given to them to fly by.
When you have a dad, smoking weed with you, and you have, a mom that, doesn't care for you to sip out of her alcohol beverages, there's a problem, Houston.
Yeah, I mean, the boy,
And it's even worse when she's taking other people's children. It's even worse when she's taking other people's children and giving them twisted teas and giving them substance that they ain't supposed to have as well. It tells me that no one's safe around these people. Not their children or anyone else's. Right?
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some of these people, I don't know. I don't think they were raised right, and then maybe they just don't care, but it's no excuse. And
Right.
some don't want to break chains or past cycles; they just stay in them. Some they've never been given an example of parenting or even being a human being, maybe. And I think a lot of the problem is parents themselves anymore do not parent. And
I well,
it's
I
device
don't know.
raised.
I have had a lot of girlfriends and stuff. I know a lot of people. I definitely know tons of people. And I'm going to be honest, I have seen um I have seen teenagers that come from a really decent home. Parents are really good people, upright, upstanding, good humans. Um, their daughter starts hanging around with the wrong groups, getting with certain people, and the parents were having a lot of issues and problems with the child after this. Same way, you got this beautiful teenager, and they meet up with the wrong type of boy, and now the parents are having, can't control them as well.
Talk about the boys and how they behave and how they get acting crazy or they're running off. Why are they allowed more lenience than the females and the girls?
Uh,
Why is it always the girls are they're around a bad boy and they might the girls on that way.
they,
No one ever
I
speaks.
tell you, I tell you the way small-minded people think. Small-minded people think, well, my son can't my son can't pull a child into the house. I'm sorry, but your son can pull a child into the house if the girl doesn't want it. Um, you know,
Well, that's
so yes, your son can pull a child into the house. But this is, what small-minded people think. Here's my way of thinking. I don't want no, I don't want no bitey son coming around trying to mess my daughter up, and I don't want my son going around trying to mess up someone else's.
that. But also, I mean, they
You
should all
know,
be,
I
you
mean,
know,
I think that your children, if you ain't willing to give, if you don't get a ring, don't do a thing. That's my thing. You need to be married. You can't get married until you're 18 years old. So why don't you just be a kid? Why don't you enjoy being a child and being a teenager, and focus on the things to focus on all the rest of that shit.
well, I mean, teenagers since time immemorial get up to hijinks, and I think education for them and teaching them about safety and things prevents a lot of things too if they do get up to hijinks. But I think putting a firm hold on to where it's a stranglehold will make them rebel even worse. And not teaching them safety and all these things in case of hijinks is a good way to end up with rebellious teens that hate parents and sneak and lie and aren't honest and don't come to their parents and get up to nonsense and maybe end up with their lives forever changed. You know?
I
So
agree.
I don't.
I agree that
You know,
it is a good thing to teach your children safety, but the best safety is to keep it in the holster, right? I mean, that is
I
the
think
sure way of,
as human
here's the thing.
beings, even if people are religious and they believe in 18 or married only, they have to realize teens are teens, hijinks can happen, and they do need to be teaching safety and not just abstinence only or marriage only, because that's how you cover all the bases, right? You know, but yeah,
Well,
obviously, but that does not.
there's too much in this. Here's the thing, you know, the thing is most teenagers really wish the parents would have sat down and talked to them. Most teenagers wish the parents would have been a little more open with the things that can happen to you, you know, in this life. There's a lot of teenagers out there that, are suffering, a lot of different, in a lot of different ways, not just with pregnancy, but some with, things that they can't get rid of. And, you know, there's a lot of things that they can be subject to, and they didn't know. They didn't know because they didn't have no open communication with their parents in that aspect. And like I believe, education in every field is the key to the best type of life.
I think,
I mean, how are you going to take care of a kid or whatever if you can't even take care of you? You have to, before you start thinking about bringing a wife into or a husband into a relationship, why don't you think about being able to take care of you first? If you're going to bring kids into this world, you really need to have a roof over their head, money to put clothes on their back, and definitely food in their mouth. I mean, it's a process. Life is a process, a season for everything, just like the Bible says. You need to educate your children young on, each level of life and how to live it.
well, for me, it's like, I was a young mom. Obviously, I was pregnant at 16, had my eldest at 17, but I wasn't supposed to be able to have any. Monster wasn't supposed to be able to make any, but then he figured I could, whatever. And then, did so on purpose during like sleep and things, to make sure I couldn't leave to the Marine Corps, other things that I wanted to do in my life.
Right.
Um, the thing is that luckily I lived a little faster than others, so it didn't bother me at all. And it doesn't matter what safety techniques you're taught or anything else when somebody's doing you that way while you're asleep, etc. But here's the thing. Um, I still, even within a couple months, I was moved out with my child. I worked. Also, that's when I danced. This place wants to make fun of it, but I made sure that I and my son could, he could have everything he wanted and needed. And I made sure that I could get us out of the middle ground, housing that we were in and somewhere better with that. And that's what I did. While Monster sat on his ass and did nothing. Um, and so I always made sure I provided for my children, even though I was a lot younger than Monster, while he sat and did nothing and abused the crap out of me. Um, and tried to keep us as low as he possibly could. I always provided for my kids, and I was always their only parent. And I was younger by a lot than he is. So, you know, and it, I've they've been the joy of my life, and I've never regretted them. I would have had a dozen had it been with the right person, and but at two that I know they've got a monster for a sperm donor. I'm not gonna have a dozen. You know what I mean? So
I heard that. But like you said, you know, you would have liked to have went into the military. You would have liked to done,
that was
done more, more. It's not that you, didn't want to have your children. You would have just liked to put that on hold until you done a few things that you wanted to do in your life.
have any, and they didn't hold up long. They changed it, and for the better, honestly. I don't ever regret them. I don't think they put my life on hold. I think Monster did something bad to do that. The children did not. The children changed the course of, and that's a beautiful thing. Some things are just not meant to be, and other things are. And they have been the biggest source of joy and love and light in my life, and they are my absolute everything. And
Oh, that.
know that I know that for me, I can still, if I can get my health under control, I can go to college any day of the week and wallpaper room in degrees, just like my pap always told me I could. And that's what I'm gonna do after I finish letting um Little and I have peace and getting her to an area she wants to go to where we're safe, free, happy, and it concentrates on just her goals, and that way she can reach hers and her dreams and fly and never look back. And the chains are firmly broken. That's the goal. Before self. And after that's done, I'm going back to school and I'm going to get those degrees. So, no, no, just on hold a little while. And these kids, man, things change. Little pebbles change
What
everything.
degree? What degree? Thinking of what field are you thinking of going into?
Well, I mean, one of the degrees, because for me, I won't go for just one. I'm going for multiples at the same time. That way I can join them together. One of those would be journalism. Um, and my body's no longer healthy enough to do marine biology, but one will be journalism, and there's other things I want to combine that way because journalism's hard to make money on these days or a livable wage, but um there's a couple different degrees I want at one time, and my son wants the same. Like he was originally going to go and do two different things at once. That way he had a way to. That's what I've always kind of taught him anyway. But yeah, we usually don't just go for one degree. We go for multiples at the same time.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
And
Absolutely.
I promise you, journalism's not new. It's something I've often wanted to do with writing and journalism, but both are hard to make a living at. But luckily for me, I'm not one that needs brand new cars, brand new things. I don't dream of a white picket fence, 3-story house. Ain't nobody got time for. I don't want to be Martha.
It ain't about what you have. It's about who you have in your life.
I want to be happy, and if you love something you do, you never work a day in your life. I want to do something that I love, and for as long as I can remember, before I went to kindergarten, I loved writing, handwriting. I love all these things. Also, journalism. I just and
Right.
I more. I would love to work like I did at one point. Want to do certain medical stuff when I was young, but I can't because of the crap charges that Monster got everybody. But for me, there are other things I would love to do, like research, where it concerns like lab work, things like that. Um, but and just joining 2 or 3 degrees together.
I agree. Um, yeah, as you said, you got plenty of time in the future to
Maybe,
do the things you love. Well,
maybe
no,
even leave this earth in the next
Lord, Lord
while.
give it, the Lord give it, the Lord take it away. Blessed be the Lord. Your work ain't done on this earth, Jody Sue, or God wouldn't still have you here. So,
I think
you still got things to do.
even if I went tonight, PG, even though I've spent most of everything in box, whatever, I've still managed to in between live more of a life than most people, even if they were given 100-year lifespans, will ever live with them. I have had a weird and unbelievably
Complicated,
life,
but beautiful life.
one that's been pain filled but beautiful, and peaceful but chaos, and everything is two everythings, but it takes one to recognize another, I guess. And
Amen. Absolutely.
I've seen sunrises in places that were amazing, and I've done things most people will never do, and I've experienced things, and I've been free and trapped, and I've read some of the most beautiful things on earth in sentences, and I've found beauty in darkness, and I've lived, and I have loved fully with everything in me, and I have been loved truly. And even if I went tonight, I would be okay, other than probably the fact that my little hadn't been fully raised by me yet, and that's what keeps me here every day, are her and Summer.
Right.
And
Don't cry, Jody Sue.
but if I leave before I get to raise her fully, I know she'll be okay, especially with eldest and others. And but either way, I know I've lived, even with most of my life taken by a monster. I know I've lived, and they didn't change a thing, and they made my life beautiful.
Amen. Amen. Listen, I gotta get off here because the way it's looking right now, I may not get no sleep again. I may not get no sleep again, folks. So I got to
Yeah,
get over here, and
little
I'm
bit
I
of
gotta
sleep.
have a full day, right?
I think she's hangry, so I'm gonna fix her and I some breakfast too.
All right, girl. I'm gonna absolutely get off of here, and we got things to. We are already met our new day, right? We have
Right?
we
It's
all woke up together and got some coffee. That's what I need, some coffee. All right. I'm going to definitely get. Hey, Jody Sue, I appreciate you coming up and hanging out with us.
no, no
Uh,
problem, and I appreciate you trying to help me with the vote on the shirt. Maybe we can come to a consensus on that, and if the hair is super fluffy or if it's a
you know,
little.
you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually snap pictures of that, and I'll take them and put them. I'll blow them up so we can get a better look, and I'll bring that out tomorrow night.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, PG.
Absolutely. Hey, girl. God bless and much love.
All right. Y'all share the DV Universal Hand Signal for helping Summers info and picture and stuff, okay? Y'all have a good night. Thanks, PG.
Good night. I should have said good morning, right? It's good morning. All right, you guys. I'm out of here. I'm going to play Summer Song on the way out. If you could, please, 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 um, for one, keep her in your prayers. Let us not forget to keep this baby in our prayers. Every night I ask to please keep her in our prayers because I know God's listening. From our lips to his ears, through his son Jesus Christ, he is definitely listening. We are going to get answers. We just have to hold faith that God is going to answer. And I know he is, because anything done in the dark will be pulled to the light. I just hope that it's pulled soon, so that we can get the answers needed to find Summer, bring her home, and get justice, right? So keep those prayers going up, please, in the name of Jesus Christ. Please also pray for one another. It is important for us to pray for one another on this earth. God knows our hearts. He knows what each and every one of us need. We may not know, but God does. And I pray that he answers all of our prayers in the name of his son, Jesus Christ. So keep those prayers going up, not just for Summer, all these missing children, but for one another as well. That is very important. And also, I like to ask, everyone to give a special prayer for Nana's Angels family. Keep those in their prayers as well. They need our prayers more than anything right now. So say a special prayer for them if you get a chance. And if you have any time after all of that, throw a prayer up for PG as well, and mine. Amen. I'm going to play Summer song out of here. I can already see the purple hearts going up. Let's show this little girl how much she's loved by sending up those purple hearts for her. God bless. Good night, everybody.